Cars is already on the line and ready to start.
Sveiciens visiem dalībniekiem, sveiciens visām komandām un skatītājiem, gan šeit biķernieku trāts trībīnēs, gan arī TV ekrānos. Visi, kas skatās Facebook, YouTube, DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 otrā diena un tūlīt šausim vaļā ar šīs dienas pirmo braucienu. Kā jau ar to stāstīja ABC reis pirmais brauciens. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the legendary biķernieku racetrack here in Riga, Latvia. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, the season opener, day 2 is about to start with the ABC race category, and obviously it's quite interesting with them. First of all, we have a very huge grid, 17 cars on the line, but to decide who's going to be on the pole position, you need first to win in a lottery. So the luckiest guy out there is Rolands Bērziņš. He's now in front of the field and looks like his hand is really lucky. Labrīt, Rolands.
Hello.
Hello. Nu izstāsti, cik laimīgai rokai jābūt, lai nostātos pole position ABC reisa ieskaitē?
Es nezinu, cik viņi bija laimīgi bijusi, jo pirmais brauciens no pirmās nozīmē, ka otrais brauciens no pēdējās. Un tagad skatīsimies, vai tas bija laimīgais.
Bet tā arī interesantāk.
Protams, emocijas es domāju, ka būs, jā, it sevišķi otrajā braucienā.
Redzot dalībnieku skaidrs, šobrīd skaidrs, ka konkurence milzīga būs, ko pasvīst. Kā tev liekas, kāds ir tavs izredzes? Pole positions palīdzēs?
Pirmajā braucienā es domāju, ka palīdzēs, jā, bet dalībnieku daudz, pirmajā 5 vai 7 brauc tur vienā sekundē, tā kā būs interesanti.
Vēlam veiksim, tiekamies trasē. Super. So Rolands just said that he might be lucky in the lottery, but one thing is for sure, he will be at the end of the pack on race 2 because they're going in reverse order on race 2. That means Rolands will have to push very hard to get a good result in race 2. But that's all about to happen in a few minutes, and we're going to see the cars in the track. Race 2 and race 1 for ABC race category, as well as for the GT cars and TCR category today. And of course, the Nankang Endurance 2-hour Endurance Race Academy today as well, with more than 30 teams on the start grid. That is going to be epic. So make sure you stay tuned and see you out there in the racetrack. Let's go.
And here we go, as Oscar's already said, the grid is determined by draw in this category, and for race 2 the grid will be reversed compared to race 1. So if you are standing on pole position as is with Rolands Bērziņš, so next race he will start from the very back. But Bērziņš was the fastest driver in second free practice as well, so it may be that he has given a golden chance. Starting grid, position 2 is occupied by lady driver Lelda Dambowska in her Mini, third place Krister Salinš in Opel Corsa, fourth Juris Janssens in Toyota Yaris. And talking about cars, we have 5 Honda Civics, 4 Toyota Yarises, 2 Mini Coopers, 2 Renault Clios, and you can see Citroën Saxo, Peugeot 106, 206. So small cars, because of course weight is important. The lower weight, the better. And 1400 cc engines. So those cars are not very fast. Looking at lap times, Rolands Bērziņš fastest lap time during free practice 2 was 1:47.6. But the cars should be more or less equal, and warm-up lap has begun. And interesting person to pay attention in this grid is of course number 91, Jānis Hāns. Number 91, as I told, Toyota Yaris, and he's starting from P8. He's a very versatile driver. Yesterday took part in the BMW 325 Cup races, was there on the verge of top 10. So very good and versatile driver, but you can see that it's not easy to be on the top in ABC race cars. Hans' best time was 5th during free practice 2. So yes, he is one of the best drivers there, but was not on the very top during free practices. And here they go over the bridge, which is probably one of the most crucial corners on this 3.66 kilometer track, because first of all it's very tricky over the crest. There you can see there is gravel trapper on the outside and long full throttle stretch after that, so you must go well over that crest, maintain the speed. Then there is on the background, there is a hospital turn, and now cars are approaching cinema or film studio turn, which is very fast right-hander. Possible overtaking spot as well. And then the cars are approaching Witch Kettle, which is another very tricky place. Actually almost all turns on this track are more or less tricky, but Witch Kettle, there is a slight track here. We see it right-hander, and then little downhill stretch, and then left-hander, long left-hander, but this is already penultimate corner, Sand Hill. Very fast one, but a very tricky one, because you have to prepare for the final turn, which is again very crucial. You must have good exit onto the main straight. And this is Robert Sotolinch, who is starting from P17. Sotolinch was not very fast in free practice P14. And cars are now back from their warm-up lap, and ABC race 1 can begin in few seconds. Roland Berzinch from P1, Lelde Dambowska from P2. Dambowska was 9th in free practice 2. Then Daniel Zungurs, Krister Salinch in P3 and Juris Jaunsems in P4. And here we go, everything is ready. Lights are going on. And here we go, Berzinch had very good getaway. Dambowska settles into second, but who is going to be third through turn 1? There are 3 cars side by side, and it seems that on the inside it is Arturs Danilevskis who is going to take third. Dambowska has dropped back into the meat pack, so no good use for her second starting position. But Berzinch is clearly in front, followed by number 57, Juris Jaunsems. Jaunsems started from P4, so he made good use of his position. And in third place there is red Peugeot 206, Arturs Danilevskis. And Danilevskis is trying to wrestle second place away from the hands of Jaunsems. Jaunsems stays on the inside, Danilevskis goes on to the outside. Can he? No, he can't. Went a little bit wide out of hospital turn. And there is some skirmishes in the background, but nothing serious. After the first lap is already completed, and Berzinch is going his way already. Behind him, and there was one of those 5 Honda Civics. It is number 77, Vilnis Wulfs, who is trying to improve his position. He's currently 4th, but Janis Hans is right behind him, and number 74, Edvin Svansovic, as well. So Berzinch has already more than 2 seconds advantage over Jaunsems in P2 in just one lap. And here is Hans coming onto the inside. Can he make the move stick? No, he can't. No, he can't, because Bulls has a little advantage under acceleration. But we will see. Yes, Bulls stays inside. Now Hans is in a sandwich of two Honda Civics. Can he do anything about it? Not yet. Bulls is still in front of Hans and Vansovic in fourth, and it means while they battled. So let's see what happened to Dambowska. He had very good getaway, but and went second into turn one. But what happened then? Let's see what happened in this with this Mini. Dambowska is on the inside. Just started to brake very early and was very, very careful. There was little contact also, even two at least. But perhaps she was, and this is how Jānis Hans try to take fourth place away from Vilnis Wolds, unsuccessfully on this occasion. And now second lap is going to be completed by the leader, Roland Sperziņš. Juris Jaunsem's second. And here and Hans has finally managed to take fourth. So at the end of lap 2, Jānis Hans is already fourth, followed by Emilis Jakric in number 9 Mini. Vilnis Wolds has dropped to 7th, even 8th. So as expected, there is huge battle in the mid-pack, but first four, I would say, are all very lonely. Persins, Jaunsiem's, number 84 Danilevskis, and 91 Hans. Meanwhile, number 9 Emil Jakric is trying to hold on, and there are attacks from Vansovic. Vansovic is number 74. There are 3 or 4 cars side by side approaching Hospital Turn. You can see that Persins has been by far the fastest. 1:48.5 is his best lap. Comes Hans, and a big battle between 3 cars behind him. Number 9 Emilis Jakric, number 74 Petrin Vansovic, and there is also number 25 Honda of Daniel Zungurs in this group. 3 laps are completed, and it is now Ungurs who tries to overtake another Civic on the main straight. He's on the outside into turn 1, but it's not a good position. Or can he do it on the outside into turn 2? And yes, he can. So that was a real good maneuver from Daniel Zungurs. He is now 6th in front of Edvin Svansovic. But no peace here, because there are another Honda Civic behind him, and it is number 7 Dmitris Kornevs. And there is a little gap, and you can see a Renault Clio of number 95 Ikar Sputnic in the background. There's Hans, number 91 Jānis Hans is currently 4th, and looking at his lap times, yes, he's closing in to both Danilevskis and Jaunsems in 2nd and 3rd position, but only by 2 or 3 tenths per laps. Ooh, and it was now close, and it is Kornevs who trying to overtake Jakrinč. So it was Daniel Zungurs, number 25. So he has climbed to 5th. And in the process, Emil Jakrinč is losing, has actually lost one position, but he has now 2 cars behind him. Best lap to Jānis Hāns, so he is catching Danilevic. Half a lap, second per lap. Now what happens here? Not much actually, because Jakrinč covered his line successfully. And here comes Hāns. So Hāns is the fastest driver on the track currently, a little bit faster even than leader Berzinš. Now 2 cars side by side onto the bridge. It's very critical, and Kornevs went off into the gravel but maintained his speed. And can he save his position? Goes to the inside. And yes, he could, but some time was lost, and in the process Vancovic tries the outside, and there is also already Putnič joining the party in his Renault Clio as well. And Putnič goes to the inside into the film studio, but to no avail this time. Once again, maybe there was a little contact, but Kornevs kept his feet planted and saved this situation. Meanwhile, Berzinš is completing his 5th lap already, and Hāns is closing in. Hāns is definitely closing in. He was fastest driver once again and was full second faster than Arturs Danilevic in front of him. So in this race, next lap, Hāns will be already in the wake of Danilevic when they will reach the line. It remains to be seen. But Jānis Hāns is certainly the fastest man on the track, the only one who has managed to set the lap time under 1:48. So Lelda Dambowska has dropped from 2nd to 15th after very unsuccessful turn 2 on the opening lap. She certainly has speed, there is no question about it, looking at free practice. And here is Hāns already attacking Danilevskis. Danilevskis goes a little bit wide into hospital, and Hāns, I would think, will try and jump his compatriot into the next turn, going to the inside. Not yet, but Danilevic went wide once again. This is leader Berzinš, Janssens in 2nd, and who is coming 3rd? Is it Hāns? Yes, it's already Hāns. Can he keep his position? Yes, he can. So Jānis Hāns has overtaken Arturs Danilevskis for the 3rd place. Danilevskis has dropped to 3rd, and Daniel Zungurs is closing in to him as well. But only 4 laps are now remaining, and can Hāns do something about Juris Janssens in P2? What is the gap? Gap is 3.5 seconds, and it will be very difficult. But meanwhile, Dimitris Kornevs, who is currently 6th, has set the new fastest lap, 1:47.5. So pace is going up, certainly. Tires are now properly warmed up. The drivers are customized to the track conditions. This is the back of the field. Battles are going on here as well. Lelda Dambowska, number 27, is trying to keep her position for number 18, Roberts Ozolinš, is trying to take it away from her, and here is Hāns, but Hāns, after overtaking Danilevskis, has made no further progress. has not closed in too much to Juris Janssens in P2. Haris Danilevskis is now under attack from Ungurs, and Ungurs goes to the inside. Is he going to be in front this turn? Hans is here, and yes, so Danilevskis has lost another position to Ungurs. Daniel Ungurs, number 25, is now 4th. And let's see what is Hans doing. His gap to Juris Janssens in P2 was 3.5 seconds, 1 lap ago. And we will see what it is now. 3.6 seconds, so basically no changes. Meanwhile, Dmitris Kornevs is still the fastest driver on the track, and he's the last one in this group. Goes to the inside into turn 2, very bold move. Actually, there was no chance to overtake anybody, but he just showed with those quite small and quite slow cars you can do maneuvers like this without losing any time, as Kornevs showed us. But I would think that Artur Danilevskis will lose his position to Dmitris Kornevs in the near future. Kornevs has been so fast, 47.0, his fastest lap time, so he's almost full second faster than anybody else on the track. Can he put his speed to the good use, because Danilevskis is defending. But now if Kornevs manages to go to the inside, no, he can't, because Danilevskis put his car just into the piece of tarmac. And now, whoa! Whoa, Kornevs goes from the outside to the inside of the next turn, and he is now 5th in front of Danilevskis. That was really good move. What a man. So Kornevs is now 5th, but he has lost some time and only 3 laps to go. Is he able to catch Ungurs in front of him? Remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Hans has closed in to Janssens in P2, but only by 3/10. So perhaps Berzins, Janssens, Hans have all already guaranteed their top 3 positions, with only 2 laps to go. And that is number 95. Nikas Putin trying to take 7th place away from the hands of Emil Jaklinč, number 9. They are side by side exiting turn 3, and Putin is now on the inside. But they are approaching bridge, and Putin seemingly thinking better of it, but he should have now better exit. Let's see. Goes a little bit wide onto the curb, but saves his speed, and now into the hospital turn. He's on the outside. That is Erik Voits, who is batting with Putnic, number 11. But Edvin Svansovic mixes in on the outside, and Putnic almost loses his position, not gaining in the process. And yes, he's now lost his position, so it was number 74, Edvin Svansovic, who jumped Nikas Putnic in that process. What is happening in the front? Final lap has begun, and there has been perhaps a contact, because there is a lot of smoke, and I would say it's tire smoke. Tires, and another fastest lap from Dmitris Kornevs. He's only half a second behind Daniel Ungurs. We would like to see what happens there. But this trio is also putting on a good battle. Final lap has begun for them as well. And 2 leaders, Berzins and Janssens, are separated just by 0.7 seconds starting the final lap. So Berzins seem to have everything under control, but maybe it will get tight for him during the final lap. And those guys here are battling for positions 8, 9 and 10. Erik Svoits number 11, Edvin Svansovich 74, and Niklas Putin's number 95. And here are two leaders, actually three leaders. Two of them, Berezins and Jaunsems, more or less together. Just a few car lengths between them. Here comes Hans, number 91, in third place, all in Toyota Yarises. But the situation is such that if Berezins doesn't make any mistake, then it will be almost impossible for Jaunsems to jump him. This is final turn already. Berezins is on the main straight, Jaunsems in his wake, only a few meters back, and they are almost side by side. So what clock shows that only 0.2 seconds, Hans will be second, and this battle, there is change, because Svansovich has jumped Voits somewhere in the backside of the track. Number 74, Janis Svansovich is 8th, Erik Svoits will be 9th, and Niklas Putin's completes top 10. And Dmitris Gormans meanwhile got into the next second with his best lap time 1:46.9. But it didn't help him very much, because he was still 5th, losing out to Daniel Dungurs by less than 2/10. Basically, they were together on the line as well. So that was, and you can see that wipers are already working on some cars. Actually, the weather forecast tells us that there can be some slight drizzle during the day, but really very slight. So having a majority of cars starting of semi-slicks, not full slicks, but in semi-slicks, there is no problem for them. They would not change the tires anyway. But for historic single-seaters and GT PTC4 TCR cars, of course, light drizzle doesn't change anything. You just have to be a little bit more careful warming up your tires. And here you can see the results from today's first race, ABC Race 1. Eventually we had all 17 cars at the start and all 17 cars at the finish as well. Nele Dambowska didn't put her second starting position to good use. She was 16th only. Also lap time wise, not bad at all. She could have been somewhere near the top 10 with her lap times, but it is as it is. And now we are going on with our next race, which should be start at 13:35 in about 10 minutes. And three classes of cars, GTs, PTC4s and TCRs, are going to start them. Unfortunately, this starting field has been decimated quite heavily, and yes, I saw some raindrops in the camera. So there is drizzle out on the track. And highlights from ABC Race 1 should come shortly. Here they are.
Nu, ko esam šeit pēc finiša parkfermē, ABC reis 1 ir noslēdzies un Rolands Bērziņš izdarīja to, ko pateica pirms starta no pole position. Uzņēma lielisku tempu no pirmā apļa un tā arī noturēja līdz galam.
Tā sanāca, jā, vienīgi tie laika apstākļi sāk mainīties un pa vidu sāk saprast, vai varbūt kā lēnāk jāsāk braukt, bet, forši bija līdz galam.
Nu, tev tur aizmugurē bija ļoti varana jautra gonka, tu jau visu to palaid garā, nemaz neredzēji.
Es domāju, es to visu izbaudīšu otrajā braucienā, kad es no beigām startēšu.
Nu, okay. Nu, ko, Reksons komanda var būt ļoti priecīgi, visas 3 mašīnītes, Toyotas ir priekšā. Es domāju, tāpat vajadzētu mēģināt izdarīt otrajā braucienā.
Nu, mēģināsim, jā.
Būs jācīnās.
Super, darīsim.
Dod virsū.
Labi.
Okay, congratulations to Toms Bērziņš. Fantastic win in race 1 in the ABC race category for him. The team Rygzona are all cheering up. You are the best. A good start for the weekend for the Latvian squad. And obviously Tom said it was a really, really good pace out there. He was very happy with how the car was working, how the pole position helped him. But obviously the weather is changing and that is bad news. Some rain is forecast and it starts pouring a little bit. So that's definitely going to change the outcome of the races today that follow. And the next ones on the grid and probably with slick tires are the GT and TCR and BTC4 class drivers. We'll see if the teams make decisions with the tire change because the rain has started just now. Stay tuned whatever you're watching. Cheers to all the fans out here in the Bitternieki racetrack, in legendary racetrack in Riga, Latvia. Facebook, YouTube, or TV4. There's loads more racing action to come today with more and more races and fights for the win. So stay tuned.
Thanks, Oskars, once more. And here the GTs and BTC4 and 1 TCR cars. They are all gathering on the grid already. Number 48, Thomas Kangro, Estonian driver in Porsche, is on the pole position. Number 70, another Estonian, Raivo Tamm in another Porsche, is the fellow front row starter. They were yesterday present in Porsche Cup races as well. And as you heard, Oskar said there is really some light drizzle on the outside, and now I can see it from the window of my commentator booth as well. Of course, it is so light that it hasn't made track wet, anyway near to wet. So drivers, as it stands, will certainly start on slicks. It remains to be seen what will happen if the rain will be heavier. Although the weather forecast is such that there shouldn't be more than just a light drizzle. And if you once get your tires up, slick tires, up to the temperature, so they will work quite well in light drizzle as well. No need for full wet tires. We will see anyway. 9 cars took part in qualification. Actually, you have 11 cars entered. But Mantas Matukaitis put his Lamborghini Huracan into the wall during the morning
Paldies, Artur, thanks, Thomas. So here we are, the start grid for the GT, BTC4 and TCR category cars. The fastest, the loudest, and the meanest cars out there this weekend, obviously with the fastest drivers as well. And speaking about speed, so a good time for Thomas Kangro in the qualification run. He is in pole position, the best position to be at the start of the race, but it's getting trickier. I'm looking at your tires, and it seems like you have slick tires, but the rain starts pouring. Will that change something in your game?
No, we all have slick, so it's no gamble.
Okay, so you think it's going to be good. How did it go in the quali run? Do you feel comfortable with pace?
Yes.
All right, it's going to be a close battle with the guy back in front of you. Rival Tom is also here to battle it out. What's it going to be?
Let's see.
Let's see. All right, best of luck to you guys. A good chat. So obviously you see all of these beautiful cars round up here in Bitternieki racetrack. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 is about to start race 1 for these guys, and it's going to be epic, trust me on that one. I see some rain tires being delivered to some of the teams, so that means they're gambling it right now. As you heard, Kangro said he's going to stay with slicks, so that's a brave move. But in a very last moment, the LV Racing Audi TCR car is going to have some fresh rain tires on. Just check on the guys working it really hard to get Valers going as fast as he can in these conditions. That's a good decision by the team. Lauris, few comments on the decision in the last moment on the wet tires.
It's less stress with the wet tires. It's wet. You have a cap, so it's wet.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. Exactly. So he made it really clear for us. It's gonna rain, and they need to make sure Ivars Valers is safe and sound throughout the race. So we'll see what's happening. Kā redzējām, LV Racing komandas, tātad mehāniķi šobrīd mūsu latviešu pilotam uz starta, tātad Ivaram Valeram, maina šīs lietus riepas, un viņi nav vienīgie, kas to dara. Skatāmies, Motorsports komanda. Nākamie seko LV Racing komandas piemēram, un šobrīd izskatās, ka arī Aivaras remake automašīnai, ja nekļūdos, tātad šeit lietuviešu Porsche mašīnai arī būs lietas riepas, tātad šis viss ir atļauts un absolūti legāli. Komandas var pieņemt pēdējā brīdī šādu lēmumu, un tie, kas šobrīd izmanto šo izdevību, es domāju, būs ieguvēji. Redzēsim. Tomas Kangro paskaidroja, ka viņš ir diezgan pārliecināts, ka ar slika tipu riepām šajos lapjos apstākļos viņš būs gatavs cīnīties ar sevi, ar trasi un ar saviem konkurentiem, kur šodien ir tīpat apmēņības pilns. Starp citu, labas ziņas, viņam šobrīd viņa sīvākie konkurenti, viņi ieskaits klasē GT, arī brauks ar slika tipu riepām, tātad apstākļi viņiem būs vienādi, saķere ar asfaltu būs vienādi, viss izšķirs meistarība. Redzēsim, kā attīstīs notikumi, bet DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, otrā diena, otrais brauciens. Šī mašīnā pirmais brauciens. Palieciet uz Viļņu vienalga, kur jūs skatāties TV4, Facebook, YouTube, sekojiet līdzi notikumiem. Un, ja nebaidieties no lieta, atbrauciet arī uz Biķernieku trasu. Vakar trībīnes bija pilnas, bija grūti atrast kādu sēdvietu šodien. Nedaudz brīvākas vietas, tā kā visas iespējas jums vērot šīs sacīgas klātienē un izbaudīt kārtīgas autošosejas svētkus. Tiekamies trasē!
And as you can see, there is a proper rain already outside, and perhaps LV Racing team which changed the tires on Ivars Valers Audi AS3, and Kangros Poleman's tires are changed as well, and it may be that yes, because it is, you can see that under the car there is bone dry, and on the outside there is certainly wet already now, so there is no point to go out on the slicks now, although some drivers eventually it looks like they are going to try and do it. It will be interesting what the weather does, because if it stops raining in 5 minutes, then those on rain tires will be done. And initially they probably will gain something, but if it starts to dry out, then everybody can lose out. But yeah, there is some hectic and panic on the grid. Certainly some stress, and second place man on the grid, Raivodam, his car is put onto rain tires as well. There could be some delay announced. It can happen when the change in climatic conditions is announced, but I'm not sure if it is. Yes, it is announced that wet race, that it will be wet race, so cars can be put on wet weather tires, but wet tires are not compulsory. So if you think that the track will dry out and you can manage it, you can go out on slicks as well. And we'll have quite a long race, 14 laps. And it means that conditions can change quite a lot during this time, and I can tell you that the drizzle still continues, although maybe it's not so thick as it was just a few minutes ago, so those taking the track on wet tires may have made a wrong call we will see. Anyway, somebody has made the right call, that's for sure. But it remains to be seen who is it. Certainly those two Porsches in the front row are going to run away during the starting first laps, but what happens after that, it remains to be seen. Anyway, intrigue is out for sure. Thomas Kangro's best lap time in qualification was 1:18.8. He was just a little bit more than 2/10 faster than Raivo Tamm. Third place went to Jyrki Peltola in that beautiful number 73 Corvette, but he was 2.5 seconds down compared to Kangro in his during his best qualification lap. Fourth placeman, number 162, Mika Mäkinen, that Mercedes-shaped car. Let's say it is Mercedes, although it's a silhouette Mercedes C63 AMG, as officially stands in the protocol. And you can see how damp the track actually is when cars take off. And of course the sound that Peltola's Corvette is making, that is fantastic. When he drives by, it is like a small earthquake in our commentary booth. Of course, Pikenik is a very tricky track when it is raining or even when it has a light drizzle, because the majority of the track runs under the trees. It's not going to, but from this picture you can see that it's proper rain now. It's not just a light drizzle, but it's proper rain. That track running under the trees is one thing, and another thing is there are different types of track cover in different areas of the track. So the grip is changing and the surface conditions are changing in different parts of the track. And of course everybody must be very careful in this weather. The start will be a rolling start, and I guess there will be 2 warm-up laps, as we see yesterday, with Porsches and with other classes which had rolling starts. That is third Porsche at the end. Oh yeah, of course this is telephoto lens, which makes this rain much more heavier than it actually is, but yes, it is raining. And looking out of the commentator booth, I can tell you that the tarmac is now full wet, not just damp. But here at the start-finish area, maybe it's not raining anymore. Maybe there are only some light. Yeah, there is light drizzle, that's for sure. And you can see the cars have, at least some of them, have switched on wipers. While the second warm-up lap, or should I say formation lap, starts, because in the end of this lap, cars are set into formation. Then this is Dave Holland in that black Ginetta with number 007, Ginetta G55 GT4 class car. And here they go on the backside of the track, between actually approaching bridge turn already, here going over the actually, yeah, now it's showing the bridge turn and going over the crest. In these conditions where the track is damp or even full wet, it's absolutely critical to get this turn right. Not for your speed, but just to keep your car on the track. It's very, very tricky place on the track, and numerous cars have been destroyed there during the years. I was just making a mistake entering the turn, and once you are in the turn, it's very difficult to correct something. Oh yeah, and here you see it's on the pond, and it's really raining there. It is near the bridge turn somewhere on the outside of the track. Now safety car is already going through the witch kettle, and the formation is almost there. Only 9 cars. Maybe we'll have that Lamborghini Mantas Matukaitis back for race 2. The car has been repaired, but it was not ready for race 1. Mechanics anyway worked on it, and now everything seems to be ready for GTBTC 4 DCR race 1. And we will see during those 14 laps who have made the right choice, who have not. And here we go. Lights are off, and the race has started. Thomas Kangro and Raivo Tamm on their rain tires are 2 in front. Ivars Vallers, number 44, is trying to jump Mika Mäkinen. Mäkinen seemingly is on slicks, while we saw that Vallers is on rain tires. Now, oh yeah, Mäkinen car is sliding a lot under acceleration. It's really difficult to put the power down. Meanwhile, Vallers is now 5th. Actually 4th even, because he jumped Mika Mäkinen, and Mäkinen is really struggling now, as are those behind him, those in front who are on rain tires, and Aivaras Remeika is already slowing down. In the background, that yellow Audi S3. And I guess it was not because of his slick tires, but something more serious. Here comes Peltola in 3rd, and Vallers in 4th, and I would guess that Peltola maybe has slicks as well. It's of course impossible to see from the camera, and yes, something is wrong with number 16, Aivaras Remeika, Audi S3. He is probably out of this race, and you can see that Vallers is closing in to Peltola. Also, Peltola was 1.1 seconds early over the lap, over the line after lap 1, but Vallers, yeah, definitely is closing in. Dave Holland here, Ignacio Mantas and Jyrki Jönkari. Last year BTC 4 frontrunner is currently the last driver on the track, but it's not over. It's not over yet. It has just started. Only lap 2 has begun, and you can see that Kangro is now full backstretch length in front of Tamm in P2. Remeika's car here is barely moving. White flags are out everywhere. Can he reach the pits? I think it is what he's trying to do. Must be very careful not to hinder those faster cars who are coming at full steam. And Kangro is completing lap 2 and completely lonely. Tamm can barely see him exiting the final turn, and the gap is, I can tell you, more than 10 seconds. So Kangro has doubled his lead over Tam. It was about 5 seconds, now it's more than 10 seconds. Peltola is still third, and Wallers, who closed in during the opening lap, has now dropped away a little bit. But of course they are competing not for the overall honors so much than for the class honors, and Wallers needs to be careful not to overcook it. Unfortunately, there are no other DCR cars. We had 3 of them entered, but number 34 Honda ALM, Estonian team ALM, expired yesterday during the 6-hour race. Actually, after just one lap, car caught fire. Nothing serious, but it was serious enough to retire the endurance race and not be able to start today at all. And Lithuanian team Dream to Drive lost their Hyundai i30 even earlier, and Remeka seems to be on the main straight now and entering the pits, so this race is over for him. Meanwhile, Kangro has already completed his 3rd lap. Tam has not gone over the line. He does it now, and further 5 seconds in the favor of Kangro. So whatever the weather does from now on, I would say you can see some spray coming out on his tires, so the track is definitely wet between Bridge and Hospital, so that was wet tires was the right choice. And here is the start, and Kangro took off, and nobody, I would suggest that nobody will see him. Actually, somebody will see him when he starts to lap slower cars, but basically he's gone already, having huge lead over second place Raivo Tam. So Aivaras Remeka back in the pits. Not a very long race for him, unfortunately. Dave Holland has had an slight off, because you can see that the splitter of this Ginetta has hit something. Has it been just a curb, some higher curb or some barrier? But he has been off, that's for sure, and Kangro is now closing in. It's going to be this Ginetta with Dave Holland at the wheel is going to be lapped in the very near future. And onto the back straight, Kangro will go by. That has happened now. Kangro has completed 4 laps already, and he's in the league of his own now. He has dropped the pace certainly, because he was just 1 lap, 1 second faster than Raivo Tam in P2. But of course there is no need to push for Kangro. He's clearly in front, in safe position. Jyrki Peltola in 3rd. And Igor Wallers is still in his sight. And those are not back markers, but Miga Mägela and Ignas Jomantas, Miga Mäkinen and Ignas Jomantas, and Jomantas in the Porsche has closed in the gap. But he still have to find a place where to overtake Finn's car. And they both seems to be on slick tires. Mäkinen certainly is. And in these conditions, it's quite easy to catch another car, but to overtake him is completely different thing, and there is leader approaching already in the background. So Thomas Kangro will lap 5th and 6th place cars. Maybe even before this lap is over. Blue flag is already shown to Jomantas. And yes, he's definitely on slicks. And easy prey for Kangro. And it's exactly the same. Kangro is going on the outside, but very carefully. Not risking anything, and Mäkinen will be overtaken by him on the main straight, and now Mäkinen must watch out to not lose his position to Jomantas. Stays in front, no problems. But now Jomantas attacks into turn 2, goes by. Can he stay on the track? Yes, he can. So number 7, Ignas Jomantas, is now 5th in front of Mika Mäkinen. And having a hindsight now, we can say that it was definitely a wrong decision to start on slick tires. Although it's only 7th lap out of 14, but you can see how much spray there is on the straight coming on the wheels of Congro's Porsche. The backside of the track through Film Studio turn and into Witch Kettle. And the wiper is working. It is always a good indicator of what is going on. There is slight drizzle on the main straight still. So the track is certainly not drying. Kangro is completing his 7th lap, so first half of the race is over for him. Raivotam was almost 20 seconds behind Kangro 1 lap ago. And I guess the gap has widened since then by quite a margin. Not by quite a margin, it was a little bit under 20 seconds. Now it is a little bit over 20 seconds. Which doesn't make a big difference, of course. And Jyrki Peltola in 3rd is further 20 seconds down compared to Tamm. And he crossed the line now, while camera follows Ignas Jomantas in another Porsche. Jomantas overtook Mäkinen 1 lap ago, and now has managed to left the Finn behind. This is Dave Holland's Ginetta with a very worn splitter in the front of the car, and it tells us the story that probably Holland has went off somewhere, hit something and broken the splitter. It must be changed for race 2, or at least taken off completely. Of course, the car will lose a lot of its aerodynamic performance when the splitter is taken off, but anyway, the speed of the car which Dave Holland is driving now is so slow. Again, being on the slicks on the wet track never helps your speed. Jyrki Peltola in his beautiful Corvette has no such problems. He's in 3rd, firmly in 3rd. No danger behind him, and Peltola is not catching Tamm in front as well. Their lap times are separated by about 2 seconds. Peltola is slower. And you could see after turn 2 and 3 there was proper rain. A lot of spray coming flying into there under the wheels, and it tells the story that tarmac is completely wet there. So when we will have the next race for historic single-seaters, they should use wet tires as well. No point to go out on slicks. Jyrki Jönkäri, Finn in his BMW M3, is being lapped by Raivo Tamm, the second-placed man. Not a lot of competition, I would say. Everybody's just trying to keep their pace, just trying to stay on the very slippery track. And for those who started on slicks, it is really just a question of surviving here, not a question of the speed, but just try to keep your car on the tarmac, try not to hit anything. And Mika Mäkinen is now going to be lapped by his compatriot Jyrki Peltola. And it happened just a few seconds ago. Ivar Vallers is only 4 seconds behind Peltola, so Vallers has almost the same pace, roughly the same pace as Peltola, but has been not able to close in. We could see during the starting laps that Vallers get quite close to Finn, but not close enough, and now there is some 4 seconds between them, and with just 4 laps to go, it looks like Vallers is not able to catch Peltola unless Peltola makes some mistake. But then on the other hand, Peltola has no need to push. He has just the right pace and guarantee third place for him. Vallers here in his TCR class Audi RS3. Oh, and goes wide into the final turn over the gravel, returns to the track. No big loss there. Although lap time wise he lost some 1.5 seconds. Iomantas comes here. And you can see this darker part of the track you must avoid when track is wet, and here comes Vallers, and you can see that he hit that rubber part of track which is very slippery when it rains, and car got understeering and went into the gravel. Fortunately for Vallers there was no big drama, he could turn onto the tarmac and can continue, but it means that for him now Peltola is certainly gone. Peltola in third, Vallers in fourth, but the gap is now more than 6 seconds already. Although the timing tower shows 5.95. 3 laps to go for Thomas Kangro, for the leader at least. Here comes the leader between hospital and film studio turns. It's very wet asphalt there. This huge spray tells us the story. And Kangro will start his penultimate lap pretty soon. Going through Sand Hill now into Sailor, the final turn, and onto the main straight, and penultimate lap has begun for Kangro now. 1:27.8 was his fastest, has been his fastest lap until now. This one was a little bit slower, 1:29.1, but there is absolutely the slightest reason for Kangro to risk anything or push somehow, because Raivo Tamm, who crossed the line just in P2, is now 26 seconds behind the leader, but in turn more than 20 seconds, even more than 30 seconds in front of third place Jyrki Peltola. So in these conditions, Tamm had no answer to Kangro's speed. Meanwhile, Peltola crossed the line as well. So penultimate lap has begun for him in third. And Wallers has begun lap 13 as well. So less than 2 laps to go. And now Kangro has already started his final lap. Tamara is following the second placeman Raivo Tamm, and this is Mika Mäkinen struggling on his slick tires. It was definitely a wrong choice, but this man, Thomas Kangro, did the right choice. He has been in his in the class of his own during the whole race. Nobody has get somewhere near him even. And the question is, can he grow the gap to second placeman Raivo Tamm to half a minute or not? He's definitely not pushing. There is no point to do it, but it may just happen. Now just a few more turns for Kangro. He has been immaculate during this race, with all those 14 laps through Museum, turn through Sand Hill now into Sailor for the final time. And Thomas Kangro, Estonian driver in Porsche 911, is the winner of first GT4 TCR4 TCR race, having completed 14 laps in 21 minutes 7.207 seconds. Raivo Tamm should be second in a similar car, and here he comes. One more turn and then crosses the line. That outer final turn and over the line, and we will see what the final gap was. 29.7 seconds, so just 0.3 more and it would have been half a minute. Third placeman Jyrki Peltola, not this is his namesake Jyrki Jönkäri. Jönkäri is 8th, 3 laps to down compared to the winner, so it's a really huge difference. And here comes Peltola, and it is Dave Holland in front of him, but Holland is of course lapped by several times already. Peltola takes third, and somewhere in the background there is fourth placed man Ivars Wallers. And so, but is Jomantas in front of Wallers? No, he's not. Actually, he was on the line before Wallers, but the question is that Wallers is on the lead lap. Jomantas was lapped once, so Wallers 4th, Jomantas 5th, Mäkinen 6th, Holland 7th, and Jönkäri 8th. But this is the winner, Thomas Kangro, by a huge margin, almost half a minute in front of Raivo Tamm. The last minute tire change certainly paid off for him. Actually, it did for everybody who did that change. Kangro, Tamm, Peltola, Vallers. They were all on lead lap, fifth raceman. And now over to Oskars for interviews.
So we are in the park after race 1, and Thomas Kangro took P1 at the finish line. Thomas, obviously the last-minute decision to change to the wet tires were paid back fully.
Absolutely.
You were confident that you could go on a wet tarmac, on a slick tires. Do you think you would succeed to win this race also with those tires?
I don't know. Hopefully.
It's tricky, isn't it?
No, with ABS and traction control, it's nothing hard.
The technologies are helping, so congratulations on the win of first race. See you on the next one.
Thank you.
Cheers, Tomas Kangro saka, ka iespējams pat ar slika tipu riepām būtu pat, varbūt pat pacīnījies pats ar sevi nedaudz vairāk, bet būtu cienīgs rezultāts, jo šīs te jaunās tehnoloģijas viss nāk tālāk, viss šie pretslīdes sistēmas un tā tālāk. Jebkurā gadījumā ļoti labs rezultāts viņa izpildījumā, komanda nostrādāja perfekti un šobrīd viss pēc plāna. Lietas turpina slidzināt, tas nozīmē to, ka nākamie iebraucieni paliks arvien interesantāki un interesantāki. Šobrīd mūsu ēdienkartē vēsturiskās formulas, kam sēkos Nākamgad Endurance Academy 2 stundu īsturības. Brauciens komanda šobrīd jau servisā maina ripuļus un gatavojās slapjai gonkai un kārtīgām cīņām trasēm. So, in a minute we're going to join the historic formulas at the start grid. The guys are ready and we'll see some action from them, and obviously we'll be heading on to the Nākamgad Endurance Academy 2-hour race. It's going to be epic and very, very slippery. Trust me on that one. So let's see what the racing action brings us.
You could see how tricky conditions were for those powerful cars, especially when they were on slick tires. But the track is still wet, and the next race for historic single-seaters is announced wet as well. Yesterday we had 6 cars at the start. Unfortunately, only 3 of them were able to complete the race. Indulis Rukuts and Taavi Kroon put in quite a good fight, starting from the beginning to the very end. Kroon started from pole position and led the first part of the race. Then Rukuts overtook him and up the pace, so Kroon was finally 2.1 seconds behind at the finish line. Neketavi Sepper was the third finisher, so only 3 cars at the finish. And here is the possible starting grid. I'm saying possible because I don't know how many cars will be there. As I heard from inside information, Thomas Hunt, number 78, who retired yesterday's race. Actually, I see he's there. That yellow car should be his. Neketavi Sepper is here, number 11. Number 32 is present as well. And yesterday, yes, we had 6 cars, and Vaitis Murnieks is here. Yes, 5 cars. So Thomas Hunt is really the only one who is missing. Kroon, number 10, takes 2nd position on the grid. Rukuts will be first. This grid was determined by yesterday's best laps, and Rukuts was about 0.9 seconds faster than Kroon. And Murnieks, who also retired, lost further 3 seconds, and Hunt and Sepper were even slower, and number 1, Ain Lähker, didn't manage to complete the full lap yesterday. Now over to interview.
Paldies, Artur. Thanks, Thomas. So, yes, here we are. It's the start grid for the historic Formulas Race 2. They did a good race yesterday on pretty much sunnier weather than it is today. It's a wet race, and you can see the wet tires are on all of the formulas, but the pole position is for Indulis Rukuts, who won race 1 yesterday. Un tā Indulis Rukuts vakar uzvarēja pirmo braucienu, jauna diena, pilnīgi citi laika apstākļi, bet Indulis ir gatavs pacīnīties arī ar slāpju trasi.
Jā, protams. Tas ir labi.
Kāds sajūtas vakar bija brīnišķīga diena, pilnas trībīnas ar skatītājiem, fantastisks brauciens.
Jā, vakar bija emocionāli, sākot no starta līdz finišam. Es sen tādas sacīgas neatceros, ka varēju izbaudīt viņu.
Jā, un šodien trībīnēs tikai paši izturīgākie fani, paši kvēlākie līdzjutēji, bet cīņas par tas nemazina, un es domāju, būs interesanti vērot jūs cīņas trasē arī pa slapjo. Kā tev pašam patīk vispār slapja trase? Sanāk?
Tā, 50/50. Tas ir atkarīgs arī no slapjā. Arī svarīgi ir, kāda ir riepu izvēle, regulējuma un tā tālāk. Tā kā šeit tas nav tik viennozīmīgi. Protams, mēs neesam profesionāli tagad un, kā iekritīs. Sacīgs rādīs, kāds būs rezultāts.
Ko Indulai veicās, katrā gadījumā pole position, pirmā start pozīcija ir tā vieta, kur būt, un vislabākā pozīcija, kur būt pirms sacīgs brauciena sākuma. So we heard Indulis said that yesterday was a fantastic race due to all of the grandstands full of spectators and fans joining us here in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, and obviously the emotional race 1, and Indulis took P1 in that race, and he's pretty much in the zone right now for the wet race, but obviously it depends on a lot of small details, the regulations of the car, the setup, and obviously the wet tires. So we'll see how he manages to keep his position and maybe try to take 2 wins out of 2 races. Let's see what happens, but definitely stay tuned. Whatever you're watching, Facebook, YouTube, or TV4, we'll be bringing all the action from DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 all day long.
Thanks, Oskars, and mechanics are now leaving the grid. Is there some problems for Ain Lähker in P6? Yesterday he didn't complete either the first lap. He lost his car going over the bridge, and the car was beached into the gravel trap. So Lähker was forced to retire race 1. Hopefully he can do better today. So warm-up lap has begun. All 5 cars are moving. It is really slippery for them and more or less unknown conditions. Of course, Indulis Rukuts, having raced here in Vikernieki for, I don't know, maybe 40, maybe even more years. He knows this place intimately. Every corner, every curb, It's his home track anyway, and Ain Läcker this year driving Estonia 21. We have seen him in different cars during the years. Out of 5 cars, we have 4 Formula Mondials with 1600cc engines and 1 Formula Eastern, that of Tavi Sepper, number 11, and the difference is that Eastern has 1300cc car engine. But in these conditions, it makes no big difference. Anyway, looking at lap times, Sepper was clearly the slowest of all yesterday. But the main thing for him was that he was able to complete the race, to finish the race, while half of the field didn't do it. Just 3 cars in the finish. Hopefully we can see some bigger field at the finish today. 2 Latvian drivers, 3 Estonian drivers. And talking about cars, there are 3 Estonias, cars called Estonia on the grid. 1 Rukuts, you guessed it, Indulis Rukuts is driving it, and number 10, Taavi Kroon's car is called Estek 884, and it means that it was built by Formula 4 regulations, which were valid in 1988. So 88 means the year and 4 means Formula 4. But now all 5 cars are back from their sighting lap and warm-up lap, because it was important both warm up the tires and to see what the conditions are out there. Right, this Murnieks is trying to light up his rear tires with accelerating and braking. Can he take his... Yes, he can take his 3rd starting box on the grid. Now all cars are on their places on the grid, and we can start race 2 for historic single-seaters. Lights are going on, and when they are going off, we have the race. And here we go. And Tavi Sepper was really slow taking off, and Taavi Kroon is standing. No, he's not standing. He takes off as well. So Taavi Kroon has lost the advantage of his front row position, but it's not that big problem having only 3 cars in front of him. If he has the speed, he should be able to overtake him, but the question is who has the speed under those very tricky conditions. Here comes Läcker, here comes Kroon. So 2 Latvians in front. Rukuts leading, Murnieks second, separated by just few car lengths. Then a big piece of empty asphalt, and there comes Läcker in 3rd. Where is Kroon? Here comes he as well. So fortunately everybody get moving, and Murnieks was several times sideways through the film studio turn. And what happened to Kroon? He actually, it seems like he couldn't switch to 2nd gear. Takeoff was okay, but then he lost the speed, and Läcker behind him had to do some avoiding action. So first lap is completed, and Rukuts is a clear leader, already 1.5 seconds in front of this man, right, is Murnieks, who with Einlacher third and Davi Kroon fourth, but Kroon's car is moving rather slowly, and there is a problem. There is a problem. So those old cars, historic cars, are really fragile, and anything can happen with them. And let's see what happened actually. This right is Murniak's going through turn 2. And it is perhaps right side half shaft which snapped. So car lost the drive. Anyway, Murniak is out. And it means that this man, Einlacher, is currently second. Indus Rukuts is somewhere far away in the distance. And Davi Kroon closing in from behind, or is he? We will see it when they cross the finish line. Anyway, after lap 1, Davi Kroon was some 6.6 seconds behind Einlacher. Meanwhile, leader Indulis Rukuts crosses the line for the second time. 10 laps is the distance for historic single-seaters. And Indulis Rukuts clear leader. And here we go again. This is a picture of the grid for Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race forming. The car on the pole is still missing. But we should have car number 40, not 40, but 85, Estonian team Jõujaam, standing there. Second place number 30, diesel power BMW. You could guess it has a diesel engine. There you can see in the background that orange and blue car. This is number it was number 19. No, it was number 32. Yes, it was number 32, S1 Racing. That car will be driven by Romet Racing and Priit Kadastik. Romet Racing actually during the morning session set best time 1:33.1, and it is in official track record for BMW 325 class. Anyway, he was third in yesterday's BMW races, and here comes car number 85, the car which will stand in the pole position. And over to Oskars for interviews.
Nu jā, tieši tā, paldies, Artur, thanks, Thomas. Here we are, it's the start grid of the Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race, a wet race and a pretty slippery one as well. So let's see how the teams will do and the drivers will cope with the conditions. The same conditions for everybody, but obviously the experience will come in hand. Nu tā, šobrīd esam uz Nankang Endurance Academy 2 stundu izturības brauciena starta līnijas, un šobrīd paskatīsimies, kā tad izskatās pēc diviem aizvadītiem kvalifikācijas braucieniem. Šeit interesanti, dažās komandās ir 2 piloti, dažās 1, bet jāizvada 2 kvalifikācijas braucieni, kur summējās, un attiecīgi šī summa arī nozīmē, kurā pozīcijā šī komanda atradīsies uz starta līnijas. Un tā šobrīd Jõujaam Racing no Igaunijas ar BTC 4 klases spēkratu ir šobrīd uz starta līnijas pirmās vietas, pole positions viņu gadījumā. Es domāju, ka tā ir vislabākā vieta, kur šobrīd atrasties. Un viņiem tuvākie BTC 4 klases sekotāji, 2-2-2 by autopark tikai no 5. starta pozīcijas, tā ka faktiski jau šobrīd var teikt, viņi savā kategorijā ir ieguši zinām pārsvaru, bet es domāju, visinteresantākās cīņas, vislielākā dalībnieku skaita ziņā noteikti būs BMW 325 kausa izcīņa, un tur ļoti interesanti ir rezultāti bijuši kvalifikācijā, bet par visu pēc kārtas, ja mēs skatāmies BTC 3 ieskaitē no 2. starta, tad no 1. principā kategorijā no 1. starta vietas, bet no kopvērtējumā no 2. starta cēliņa, tātad Diesel Power komanda no Lietuvas, ļoti ātri braucēji, tur redzēsim no viņiem noteikti pamatīgi šovu, ejam tālāk, BTC 2 ieskaitē Simo Lins, startē viens pats, viņu jau zinām, Simo Lins ļoti pieredzējis pilots, un BTC 2 kategorijā, tātad viņš šobrīd visātrākais ir bijis kvalifikācijas braucējā, tātad RS Racing team redzam šeit, Kaira un Sarapu no Igaunijas, viņi attiecīgi no 4. starta cēliņa, bet tagad paliek pavisam interesanti, jo, kā jau teicu, tieši BMW 325 kausa izcīņas dalībnieku skaitziņā vismaz pārstāvētā klasa, un tur būs ļoti interesanti. So, as I said, the BMW 325 Cup will be one of the most exciting classes to follow throughout the 2-hour race, and it has been really, really interesting to watch also the qualification round, 2 qualies they had to do, and the overall result combined with all the 2 laps, or maybe not 2 laps, but the 2 qualifications together means the position on the start grid, and let's have a look. So, Krauman Motors are the fastest ones so far in the qualies, and that is Mr. Mick Martin, the legendary, the one and only, and Pavel Beskrovnoy, the fast gun, and they are ahead of the pack, so it's going to be definitely something to follow and watch. Mick will be the first one behind the wheel of this beautiful BMW, but it's wet and slippery out there. What's it going to be? Tell us.
I think it's going to be fun. Don't know exactly what to expect, but I hope it will be fun because We have so very nice grid here, and the BMWs are so equal. It's always fun.
Two more Estonian teams behind you right now. Est1 Racing with Romet Reisen and Priit Kadastik. And also Carmen Crow showed some good pace in the qualies. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, I think if we, three of us, if we will be in front in the end of the first hour, it will be okay for us.
All right, best of luck to Crown Motors, obviously. They are going to push hard, and we will see what happens. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 edition. The Nagang Endurance Academy 2-hour race is about to start. Let's get rolling.
So here we go. Mechanics are already leaving the grid, and it means that the warm-up lap will start very shortly. You could see that there are several cars with only one driver, and the regulations really allow it. You can start with one or two drivers, and anyway you have to make a 5-minute pit stop between 50th and 70th minute of the race. It means that car must be stationary in the pits for 300 seconds or 5 minutes. And if you change driver there, in that time, it's your business. If you are starting with two drivers, yes, you have to do it. If you are starting one, the driver can remain in the car. And the qualifications format also, as Oscar is explained, there are two qualification times added together from session 1 and session 2. If you have two drivers, session 1 is driven by driver 1 and session 2 by driver 2. But if you have only one driver, he or she drives both sessions. As far as I know, we have at least two lady drivers in this race. There is Carmen Graf, who is driving car number 19 on her own, and then there should be actually three lady drivers. There should be Emilia Ulvidaite in another BMW number 411. Oh, even more. Then there is Lelde Damowska in Mini Cooper, ABC class Mini Cooper number 27, which she drove just actually 1 hour or a little bit more. Then there is in car number 74, there is Marta Starka. That car is Honda Civic number 72, also ABC race car. And we should have, yes, we do have car number 69. Second driver is Ingrida Kulikauskiene. I noticed all, and as I counted, there should be 5 lady drivers at all. So there is top 8 at the start, and as Oskar mentioned in his interview, there are 3 Estonian teams in BMW 325 Cup cars, and there are 4 Latvian teams behind them. So there will be a huge battle for the top places in BMW class. Altogether we have how many BMW class cars? Should have been 15, but there are 14 because number 99 Est1 Racing with Alex Ivanov is not starting. That car got a lot of damage during yesterday's BMW race 1. So the car was put onto the trailer and brought back to Estonia, unfortunately for today. But anyway, we will have 30 cars at the start. And there is no official overall qualification in this race, only classification in their respective classes. And talking about classes, we have just one car in V1600, that is 881 Tegvela Motorsport. and just 2 cars in PTC4. Number 85 Yoyam, which is starting from pole position, is one of them, and number 22 222 by Autopark is another one. So we will see. Probably 85, who is Andres Altpere, who is the sole driver in that car, is certainly one of the favorites for the overall P1, even though there is no such classification officially. But of course, if you are in front of everybody, it's some kind of honor. So now you can see that on the background, on the back straight, cars are now, safety car actually is approaching the studio turn, and the grid has more or less formed already behind the safety car. Many BMWs, 15 BMW 325 class car. And we have 6 cars from BTC3, 4 ABC race cars, 3 BTC2 cars, 2 BTC4 cars, and 1 V1600, and 30 altogether. All cars are running on Nankang AR1 tires, of course a different size because cars are also different. And they are so-called semi-slicks. So now it seems that start is given. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yellow flags are out everywhere. There is some confusion, and there is one car in the gravel already. Yellow flags are shown. It's quite strange because there was clearly a good formation already when cars were on the back straight, but for whatever reason, when they arrived onto the main straight, there was big confusion, no formation anymore. And it seems that some of the competitors have not realized that the start was not given actually. Yellow flags are everywhere. Yeah, there is certainly some kind of confusion. And safety car is still in front. Rolling start is not that difficult to do, but for whatever reason we didn't see it. Somebody perhaps started to push a little bit early, but now we will have another attempt. Hopefully it will be a little bit more successful. And diesel power starting from the front row. Yellow flags are still out. It means that it is another formation lap, extra formation lap. The car is going through which ghetto, and you can see that cars are dropping away from those in front, and that's the reason why the starting grid was destroyed for the first attempt. Those in front are simply going too fast. Now it's a little bit better. Now it's a little bit better. And here we go. Now finally the start signal was given. 30 and 85 are two in front. Number 88 Simolin in third. Number 22 further behind them. And who is the first BMW? Number 39 Jurmala Papas. How they have got so high in. They started back in which place? From 12th position, but now they are 5th overall behind Simolin, number 88, and the leading BMW class car. How close is it? Martin Slavic on the inside, and there is also number 87 is the first casualty. There is absolutely needless contact during the first racing lap. I would like to see what actually happened there, but for sure somebody was over-aggressive. It is endurance race, you can't win it during the first lap, but you can lose it certainly during the first lap, and in this case it was number 87 AS Racing Team BMW which came out worst from this situation. And we have a new leader, and lead will change because car number 22 by Autopark takes the lead from number 30 Diesel Power. Number 85 Yo-Yam, the pole car, is now third already, 88. And there are BMWs between themselves. So Mick Martin, number 24 Grauman Motors car, has dropped a lot of positions. There are some skirmishes going on, and somebody standing at, this is number 411, Lelde Dambowska, not Lelde Dambowska, but 411 was BMW, Emilia Ulvidaite, sorry. Lelde is starting in Mini Cooper, of course, and there were yellow flags out, and I suspect that somebody may have overtaken another car, and Martin Slapich's car is missing left headlight. And this is number 25, Papas. Oh, and that were the remnants of Lapich's front light. He lost the left front light, headlight during collision on lap 1. Because it's not that dark, he can go without it. Not be car made there. Meanwhile, but now they are 5th overall. Here is behind. What happened? Not yet. Going over the bridge here. Here should be what happened. And there is Lapinch coming, and Lapinch was that one who came in too hot in this situation, I would say. And number 87 AS Racing BMW spun as a result, and here is Lapinch, not the leading BMW, he's second among BMWs, because Jurmala Papas, number 39, Uldis Timax, and Richard Shubetskis is in front of him, but Lapinch, who is the sole driver in car number 5, is now overtaking Simolin's Honda, and it means that he is starting to catch 39. Jurmala car in front of him, and Carmen Grab in number 19. BMW is closing in as well. perhaps the main intrigue in this race will be who is going to win among those BMWs, and Carmen Krav now goes to the inside of Simolin through Sandhill turn, and now she's in front of 88. Third in BMWs. And is Simolin drive? Something is wrong with that car. It's really struggling to put the power down. And all those BMWs are going by. They should be a little bit slower, or let's put it another way. Simolin should be much faster than they are. Yellow flag is shown, and there is car number 411 stationary on the track side. With emergency lights on. And field is now spread already. And this is leader 222 by Autopark. Igor Sidorovas, Adomas Petrovas driving. Two drivers. I can't tell you which one of them is current driver, but I think it was B, letter B there, and it means it should be Petrovas at the wheel currently. And here's battle for B2 overall. Diesel powered BMW in front of Joja BMW, full course yellow. Full course yellow is out, and it means that the speed must be reduced to 60 kph. And it's perhaps because of car 411, which is standing between turns 3 and 4. Emilia Ulvidaite was driving that car, and maybe, I'm not sure, but it seemed to me that that car had no, at least it's not working. Left headlight is not working. There must be a blinker there as well. Emergency lights are on. That car is, from the outside, it is more or less intact, and it means that you can simply pull away, and there is, yes, rescue car is there already. While all other cars are continuing to cruise at the speed of 60 kph. Lead car number 22. And as their number plate suggests, do. Actually, that team or entrant is called 222 by Autopark. And here is Emilia. Yes, Emilia Ulvidaite's BMW has got quite a strong hit to front left corner. There is not only headlight missing, but there are some more serious damage done. Bumper is missing, perhaps, or at least the left side of the front bumper is missing. So a few minutes until the car is pulled to the pits, and then the race will be resumed. And this battle for second overall between number 30 and number 85, despite those cars being from different classes, still they will battle, I'm absolutely sure. And this is Ulvidaite. Yeah, Ulvidaite is still sitting behind the wheel of her battered car. Now, are we ready for the race to be resumed? It seems to be the case. So official race start was at 14:04 and (15:04) of course. So it means that at 17:04 we will have the finish, and you see how the diesel car is smoking, and green flag is out, so the racing is resumed. And this battle for second overall between two white BMWs, and very different BMWs, is continuing, as are all the other fights on the track, especially between those three BMWs, and fourth is joining in. 39, 5, 19. They are all in the same picture here now. And it's really slippery there. And Nick Martin in number 24 car, Carmen Motors, used this situation very well to his advance. He is now fourth in BMWs. Carmen Motors is fourth. There is one ABC car in front of Carmen Motors now. Can overtake him, but there is a good chance that number 25 BMW will have a chance to overtake the Carmen Motors number 24. Slow and fast cars are now mixed on the track, and there can be some really unpleasant surprises for those in faster cars. And it looked like number 24 was boxed in behind one of slower BMWs. In this duel, diesel BMW is still in front of petrol BMW, and actually it happened. Number 24 has lost one position to number 25. Quite interesting driving lines were taken by some drivers into the final turn. Number 19 is Carmen Graf in S1 Motorsport entry. She is currently third in BMWs, but dropping away from two leading cars of that category. And being now under attack from number 25, Papas Satsiksu Komanda, Latvian team. Sorry, my bad Latvian. Papas Satsiksu Komanda is number 25. And we could saw that number 5 Martin Slapinch in that yellow BMW jumped out of the slipstream of number 39, Jurmala's Papa. Jurmala Papas actually. And here is Carmen Graf, number 19, covering her line against number 25. Another Papa car. Here they come. And as the track is still very slippery, it seems to be impossible for faster BMWs to go away from that almost standard BMW 3 to 5 Cup class cars. There is a row of 5 of them, actually one long train of Cup BMWs. Cars number 39, 5, 19, 25 and 24, all in one group. And Martin Slapinch is putting again some pressure to number 39, Jurmala Papa's car. Vituldis Timaks or Richard Shubetskis in that red car. but certainly. And Lapinš is going again into hospital and trying to overtake. At least no crash this time, but Lapinš lost some speed and now he must defend his position against two cars, and it gives. Now they're side by side. Can they make the turn? And there was number 25 was very much sideways going out of the film studio. And it stays there, I guess. There should be been contact with the wall for sure. There is no question about it. Yes, yellow flag is out. And is it another full course yellow? We can't see, cameras actually can't see what happened there, but we can see from this picture that number 25 went sideways. Here it happens. And it's spun for sure, but what is the outcome? We couldn't see it. So Lapinš has had his role in two collisions already. One resulted in yellow flag. Yes, full course yellow once again. And it means that the car is somewhere in a dangerous position, but Lapinš has been really over-aggressive during those starting 17 minutes. We saw him involved in one collision where number 87 car was spun, and now another situation where number 25 car was spun. If it was Lapinš's fault is of course another question, but for sure he was involved. No doubt about this. So full course yellow, maximum speed 60 kilometers per hour. And there is apparent problem for number 85. This car is barely moving on the right side of the track. He's another car. He's allowed. No, it gets moving once again. But those behind number 85 lost a couple of seconds in this process, and you saw flatbed car is also on the track, and it means there is something which needs to be removed from the track, and it is for sure car number 25. So we see Martins Lapinš in car number 5 was very aggressive during yesterday's sprint races as well. And now he has been. Now let's look from car number 24, Kraumo Motors onboard camera, what has happened. And there is car number 25 there. Yes, it's in the wall, smoking and steaming on the left side. And I would think there was more than one contact with the wall. So that car is out of the race anyway. Simo Lind in the sole driver in number 88 Lind Racing car. He started from third position, but I don't know what the problem has been, but he has dropped to ninth, and we could see that his speed on wet track was even worse than those BMWs had. So what's the question? Was he simply so careful, or was it some problem? Anyway, Simo Lind is still leading in his class, PTC2. So having no overall classification in this race is being careful makes some sense for him for sure, because another car from his class, number 10 Hobo Racing Honda Civic, is down in P15 and much further behind him. Very second-hand car of Martin Slapic. You could see it is missing left headlight. Driver's side door is bent. There has been another contact, at least 2 contacts has been, we have seen on TV. And number 32, S1 racing car, has now caught number 24 as well during this full course yellow confusion. And number 38 has given place back to 85 when 85 almost stopped on the track. Actually, you have allowed to overtake even under yellow flag conditions. You have allowed to overtake stationary car or a car with an apparent problem if it is moving very slowly. We saw that car number 85 was moving very slowly, but the question is how slowly. And we saw now a tractor on the track, and it means that the track needs some cleaning between film studio and Witch Kettle turns, where car number 25 made contact with the wall. Rain is continuing to fall. You can see it even on TV, especially when the situation is shown through a telephoto lens. And somebody is going very slowly. It is car number 69. They started quite low, I would think. Yes, from position number 20, DeWALT Racing, and that is one team, one of those teams which has a lady driver, Ingrida Kulikowskiene. So it seems that this car is moving very slowly now. And these 3 cars are second, third and fourth overall. Number 30 Diesel Power, number 85 Joujam and number 39 Jurmala Papas. And this is actually second driver of car number 87, Raigo Sarapuu. His teammate Peter Kaira was spun during lap 1. We will see, there is no official information about if anyone is under investigation, but certainly I'm sure that the jury is looking at what has happened. And this is car number 21, not 21, 25 of course. You can see it on your own. All front end is almost missing, so perhaps head and left side is bruised and battered as well. So that car had a heavy contact with concrete wall after making side-by-side contact with car number 5. It remains to be seen if it will be seen as a racing incident or was there something. Ernest Weismanis and Kirst Daugalinch were the drivers of this car. I can't tell you which one of them was at the wheel at the time of that accident. But anyway, they are out of the race now. The car has been recovered to the pits, but we saw the tractor arriving onto the scene, and it means that the track needs some cleaning. There is a long train of cars here behind the number 69. Here another long train is forming, and on board camera on Grauman Motors number 24. Just arriving to the bridge corner, just opposite the main straight. So as it stands, leaders have covered 10 laps only during the first 24 minutes, so the pace has been really slow, not only because of rain, which makes the tarmac slippery, but mainly because of full course yellow. There is already second full course yellow now, and here is the lead car, number 22. Volkswagen Sirocco of a team called 222 by Autopark. And here is, yes, it's Geert Staugavinch who was the driver during that crash. And I think the hand sign he showed should have been meant that he spun several times. And you can see that not only the front end of the car is completely, I would say it's completely missing, but the left side has got some damage as well. Rear door is certainly not in the form it was before the race. And here is onboard camera from number 24 again. So now going through the witch kettle. We couldn't see what the work is going on the accident scene or not. But on the other hand, we haven't seen a tractor returning to the pits, so I assume racing is not going to resume in a few minutes' time. And this train of cars behind number 69 is getting longer and longer, and it suggests that 69 is going a little bit too slow maybe. And looking where car number 22 is and where number 30 and 85 are, actually they just crossed the timing line, and it means that number 22 now has almost half a lap lead over the next cars. Number 19, Carmen Graf, the sole driver in that car, is currently third in her class, BMW 325 Cup. Who is number 39, Jurmala Papas, leading this. And green flag is out, so racing has resumed. Track is clear again. So Martin Slapin has lost the position, whatever. No, he hasn't. But he was really slow. Yes, he has, because how come that 32 is in front of number 5? What has happened? And Martin is going on to the outside. What a move by Mick Martin. Now can he overtake both Graf and Lapinch in the process? Lapinch has been very aggressive with overtakings. Now Martin is once again on the outside. Can he take? Yes, he can. So Martin took 2 positions in the space of 2 turns from the outside. Really bold moves from him, but I'm sure he exactly knew what he was doing. So Martin for Grauman Motors went from 5th in class to 3rd in class. And second place car, number 32, S1 Racing BMW is just in front of him. Number 39 is further few seconds down the road. Here they come. Lapinch takes inside line into turn 2. Trying to probably cover his line against Carmen Grave. Number 32, he is driven by Romet Racing. So very fast drivers in all of those 4 cars. Nick Martin is not a regular BMW series driver, but he was last year vice champion in Baltic vice champion in DCS. So he knows thing or two how to drive fast, and now he has caught Romet Racing and tries to go to the inside, or maybe thinks better about it. And there is Ovidius Latoja and number 23 car Latoja Racing has spun here in the background. He is entering turn 2. Unfortunately for them, not going to the gravel. And meanwhile, that car is caught by the leader, number 22. And this is once more number 22 Crown Motors, and now 3 cars together. Lapinch is going onto the inside, onto the outside, to turn 1. And Martin now tries to, no, because Racing covers the inside. Can they go through there safely? Yes, they can. Martin seems to be faster than Racing, but Racing covers the line all the time and gives no chance to Martin, and it has helped Lapinch as well to catch them once more. He was dropping away little by little, but now over the bridge Martin is very close to Racing. A slower car in front of them, and now Martin goes onto the outside once again, but Racing didn't give him a chance. And all of this going on allows 39 Jurmala Papa's car to escape, but now they are side by side. Martin is in front, at least by half a car. Can he go? Racing is side by side. They touched, and Martin is by. So that was really bold move. I think they touched for sure through that turn, but Racing has not yet done. And there is Lapinch coming onto the inside through the final turn. He passes Racing, and Racing loses another place to Grave as well. Meanwhile, number 24, Mick Martin, who is his Roman Motors car, is now second in BMWs, and for sure his next task is to catch the leading car of Jurmala Papas, number 39. But he must first of all get a read of Lapinch attention. There are some ABC cars in front of them, not giving way. Martin goes to the inside through the bridge. Flags have been shown, so Martin now must defend himself. There is another slow car, and this time I think it played into Martin's hand, because Lapinch was certainly hindered by that slow ABC race car. And here is Carmen Grave jumping out of the slipstream of Romet Racing, and she made the move. That was again some last moment lunge into film studio turn, and Carmen Grav performed it perfectly. And now Martin is driving slalom, and you can see how much better he has been in this situation against Lapins. Lapins was just on his rear bumper, just half a lap to go. Now there are several cars between them already. Here comes Martin, and here is Lapins. So some BMW Cup cars are already lapped. Number 9, Fun Garage, Daniil Steineko and Pavel Steineko, they were just lapped on the main straight. And here Grauman Motors has caught another slower car, which shows indicator, but where are blue flags? They must let him by. It's leader. That's the reason why they don't let him by, of course. So you could see how fast Martin was able to catch the lead car of his class just in the space of half of the lap. And now there is a slower car in front of both of them. Martin tries to go to the outside, now to the inside. And goes to the inside into the witch kettle. But to no avail this time, and there is this duel is continuing. This is not over yet, far from that. They are now onto the main straight. And another question is, how far is cars behind them? Not quite far. One BMW is being lapped in the process. So Martin goes to the inside into turn 2. Can he? No, he can't overtake under acceleration. But certainly number 39, Jurmala Papas, is now under huge pressure from number 24, Grauman Motors. With number 5, Melans Racing, with Martin Lapins closing in from behind. And those two white cars in front are second and third overall. So 39 is fourth overall and 24 is fifth overall. Also, there is no overall classification, but what we see on the timing tower is exactly the overall situation. And here, those two cars, 39 and 24, are disputing their lead in their class, BMW 325 Cup. So Martin tried to go to the inside. Now goes a little bit sideways. Loses the momentum for a second, and gives some berthing space for number 39. His speed is definitely faster than 39 in front of him. I've seen that he has been able to catch 39 quite quickly if he needed to only. Real good coverage from onboard cameras. And Martin losing some time meant that number 5, Martin Lapins, has caught him once again. 39 is now more or less cork in the bottle. And 40 minutes have passed since the start, and it means that in the space of 10 minutes, pit stop window opens. Pit stop must be done between 50th and 70th minute. And now Martin is all over the number 39. Into which kettle? No chance this time. There is another car in front already. Not slower car fortunately. It's quite fast, should be quite fast car, number 85. Third overall, but now BMW 3 leaders are together more or less. 39, 24 and 5. Jurmala Papas, Krauman and Meilans. 2 Latvian, 1 Estonian team. There is some, I would say it's not, situation has not calmed down, it's just situation overtaking one ABC Toyota Yaris now. No changes there, but the pressure is on. And Martin has tried several times going to the outside. Jurmala Papa's car, especially here through the hospital and into the next turn, but they are catching number 85 for sure, and 85 is more or less on their way already, blocking the way even. There is another ABC car which needs to be overtaken. No problems here as well. Long train of cars now, 4 fast, 1 slow. Number 12 car is being overtaken, being lapped now. And Lapins goes to the inside, and it means that he will be able, he's now in front of number 24, so more or less. And 85 is also in the mix. Although that car is not in BMW class. So the lap cars are mixing in. Number 12 is making really big problems to Martin. Number 12 Octo team, and Martin is, of course, this car is in BMW class, but they are lap down. What that driver is thinking. Blue flags have been shown, but he's not giving way. Number 12 Octo is driven by Julius Kirmantas. He's already lapped down and now has given way to Martin and to Carmen Grave as well, but in the process you can see what has happened. Number 39 Papas is now clearly in lead, but in front of number 5. And 85 is also in that mix, although that car is from different class. And Andres Altberg now at the wheel of that car makes a sensible move and lets number 24 by. And here is leader of BMW class number 39, then number 5 and 24. This is top 3 in BMW class. And once again, the slower car gets in the mix. Oh, Martin is very sideways into turn 2. Is he going to lose another position? Not this time. Let's see what happened here. So Martin went too hot into the turn for sure, because he had to overtake that Renault Clio, that slow Renault Clio ABC car. And it all means that those first two in BMW class, number 39 and 5 has got some advantage over 24. They are not in one train anymore, but still separated by just few seconds. We see top 4 cars in BMW 325 class, and it means that having still 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, nothing is decided, of course, and the pit window will be opened in 5 minutes. Regulations state that you must have a 5-minute pit stop. It means car must be stationary for 5 minutes. Whatever you do in that time, you can... Oh, Carmen Graf went off in the final turn into the gravel, but it seemed to me that she was able to return to the track. Yes, maybe losing some time, but nothing serious. But this is the leader, number 22. 2:22 by Autopark. They have now completed 22 laps. Best lap time 1:38.6, and it is the only car which have did a lap under 1 minute and 40 seconds. Here we see number 24 once again. And there seems to be, is it 85 in front of them? Yes, it is. It is lap car which was involved in a collision on lap 1 already. But now the leaders of BMW class are together, and there are some slower cars in front of them. Here they go. Slower cars were lapped. So number 5, Martin Slapin in that yellow car has managed to catch number 39, Jurmala Papa's car. Number 19 lost some time here, taking 2 slower cars. She was really careful there, and actually she really needed. So Lapins, is he going to the inside? Yes, he is, as we have seen many times already during last 2 days, but this didn't help. Number 39 stayed in front. And there is car facing into the wrong direction. That is number 69 BMW, Varas Racing. But we saw they get moving once again. Pit window will open in 1 minute and 10 seconds. And Lapin shows him again into film studio. There is another car in front of them, number 10 Honda, which will be lapped. Actually, it was already. And Lapin keeps the pressure on the car in front of him. Number 39, Jurmala Papas, driven by Uldis Timaks and Richard Zubeskis, and there is Honda Civic. Oh, this was close, was not Honda Civic, but it was Toyota Yaris, which was sideways, standing on the main straight, and this was really close situation. All the drivers did very good job to avoid the collision. And number 30, second place overall car, was now caught by 2 BMW class cars, and Martin Slapins used the occasion and jumped the 39 car. So Martin Slapins in number 5 Mailands Racing Team BMW is now leading BMW Cup class. And you can see how well he managed to use this situation into his advantage. Meanwhile, there is another very slow car, and Martin had to take some avoiding action. Here is the situation where number 46 spun just in front of two other cars, but driver, ooh, this was close. But driver managed to keep going and avoiding even more dangerous situation. But this led to another situation here. So number 5, Martin Slapinch for Milan's racing team is now leading BMW class, and he's second, should be second overall. Yes, he is. This car is third overall. And number 30 diesel power BMW has dropped to fourth overall. Pits are now opened. I have official announcement, and in the space of 20 minutes all cars must visit the pits, have a 5-minute pit stop, and then return to the track. Those who have 2 drivers will change driver, and here is car number 32 is in the pits. Comet Racing was driving this car, and now it will be overtaken by Baltijos. They were 5th in their class. I would think that Comet Racing is a little bit faster driver than Priit Kadastik. Kadastik has been Estonian karting champion, but it was more than 20 years ago. Minutes is quite a long time now. Racing is going out, and Kadastik is taking the seat. And you notice that car number 222, the leader of the race, overall leader of the race, is already here closing in to the overall 4th, 3rd and 2nd place car. So such has been their advantage in speed. They have almost lapped the whole field during the first 1 hour, during the first stint. Now those in front are shown blue flags already. Number 87 is in the pits as well. They were involved in the collision during the first lap. Lost a lot of time there. Number 13 is stopping as well. So it's going to be quite tight in the pits, because there are lots of cars. 30 cars, okay, some of them are out already, at least 2 cars are out already. But even with 28 cars, it's still going to be 27 cars are shown to continuing this race. And here number 22 is going to lap the car number 39, which is 3rd over, and there is number 23, Latosha Racing BMW once again, having an off into turn 2. this time again they are being able to continue the racing here. What happened? Nothing special, just too late braking. Didn't use the whole width of the track. And now leaders number 22 Volkswagen Sirocco has lapped the whole field by at least one lap. They are on their 27th lap, but those cars, and there is a change, not in positions, but number 39 is in the wake of number 5 again. They are disputing the lead of BMW class. And we will see when they are going to pit. Of course, they have a lot of time to do it yet. Lapinch in car number 5 is driving on his own, so there will be no difference in drivers for him. And Lapinch is entering, the BMW leader is entering the pits, and it means that at least temporarily number 39 takes over the class lead in front of number 24 and probably 19. Here is the BMW leader. Uh, 30 and 39 are racing on the track and losing time as a result, as a direct result, and this plays into hands of number 24 crew. Here we go with them, Mick Martin at the wheel. Final minutes of his stint. Lapinch meanwhile is standing in the pits. 5 minutes is quite a lot of time if you need just add some fuel. No driver change because Martin Lapinch is driving full 2 hours on his own. And he's on his way to the class win. Of course, another 1 hour and 2 minutes is still to go. And you can see how battered this car is. It was involved at least in 2 separate incidents during the opening laps. Number 87 was spun in that in the first of them, and number 25 hit the wall in the second incident. I can't say if Lapinch was to blame in those situations. Meanwhile, new leader, number 39 BMW class, new leader coming into pits as well. And we are going to have an interview in a few seconds. So away from the action on the track. No, number 24 Grauman Motors is still continuing, as you can see, and it means that this car is now the leader in BMW class. Of course, they must have the mandatory pit stop, and probably will lose their lead in the process, but Mick Martin has now free track in front of him and can push Carmen Graf. In number 19 car has the second place in the class currently. She is also driving on her own. It's really slippery. You could see how Martin went through the sandhill turn, just balancing the car on the verge of sliding. And and he goes on to another lap. So no pit stop for number 24 crew yet. And it means, of course, we have a little confusion until the pit stop cycle has been done by all the cars. Then we will learn what the real situation is, who is going to be in front, who is going to be in the rear. And this is Rauman Motors' tent. Baltijos is waiting for his turn in car number 24. They are currently leaders of their class, and this is number 19 overtaking number 85 from different classes. Carmen Graf driving that number 19 BMW class car, and Andres Alpere driving another BMW, that Yo-Yam team, number 85, and that car belongs to PTC 4. Blue flag is being shown, but it's certainly a mistake. These cars are on the same lap, fighting for positions, so no blue flags needed here. And we are already in the second hour of our race. Certainly 85 is much faster down the straight. And now we're going to have an interview.
Šobrīd atrodamies pitstop zonā un konkrēti kopā ar 24. numuru ekipāžu komandu Motors komandu. Miks Mātens kvalifikācijā ar savu kolēģi bez Krovnoju uzstādīja ļoti labu rezultātu, bet nācās pacīnīties pamatīgi viņiem par pozīcijām. Un šobrīd izskatās Miks Mātens pamatīgi pārdomu pilns. Pamet savu sporta automašīnu un tiešām skaists cīņa. So we are here in the pit stop zone together with the Krauman Motors. Mick Martin just left the car. He does not seem to be very happy. We'll talk to Mick Martin in a few seconds. Hopefully he's going to join us now, but we can see how good the team is prepared. They're working really good, fighting for top 3 positions. They were the best team in the BMW 325 Cup after the qualification run. And now I really want to know, Mick, come join us. I really want to know, talk us through the start of the race. What happened there?
I think it was a bit crazy because I didn't see the lights when the start goes, and I wasn't sure that the grid was so badly formed. I wasn't sure that they're gonna give the start, so it was a shitty start from me. But anyways, I finished where we have to be. Now, if you are in the front, I think Pavel is good second driver.
Well, basically this situation let you prove what you are made of, because the battles out there were just epic.
Yeah, it was great, great fun. I was a little bit unconfident in the beginning because I didn't know the grip. First time out in the wet with this car, so. But afterwards, everything worked fine. I think I was the fastest, but there's so much traffic, and it's crazy. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. I got some very good passes in the traffic and catch up, but in a few corners I lose anything there again. So. But yeah, it was fun. I was quite angry at times, but that's racing.
We could see that, all your hands going on in the saloon of your beautiful car. Obviously, we had some drama as well with quite a big crash in the middle of the battles. You survived, and now it's up to your teammate Beskromno to do a good job.
Yeah, it's up to him. I think he will do great, just to be relaxed and do what he does, because I think now he should be in the front. I hope, but let's see. I don't know why they don't start the car, but let's see. Yeah, my plan was to be in the front to get a bigger gap with Carmen, because I think Carmen is the biggest threat for us at the moment, but it wasn't that fast, particularly. And yeah, Yeah, it's racing. It's not that easy that you come and just go away from everybody.
Exactly, especially in a wet Pitjernik racetrack where you have to really work hard to keep the car in the racetrack.
Yeah, some places are so slippery. Some places you have good grip, but at some places you can't find any grip. So it's quite difficult, yeah.
All right, Mick, anyways, good job by your team and yourself. Let's see what the competition brings. Cheers to all the guys in Krauman Motors. It was fantastic battle out there. Now we are gonna head on and look if there's any changes in the lead in the BMW 325 Cup in the Nankang Endurance 2-hour race. But obviously it has been fantastic start and first hour of the race. And let's see what's gonna happen in the next less than an hour. Most of the teams have been in the pit lane and changed their tires and put some fuel in the cars and changed the drivers in the teams where it's necessary. Now we see Biskrovny, the Krauman Motors driver behind the wheel. And now let's focus on the race, ladies and gentlemen. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 with full speed and lots of action here in legendary Pitjernik racetrack. Let's go.
Thanks, Oskars, and back to the race. Lead car BMW class was standing in the pits. 5 minutes is compulsory pit time, during which the car must remain stationary. And there is another contender in that class, number 39, Jurmala Papas, Tsatsiiksu Kamanda. Let's call it Jurmala Papas for clearance, just to be sure. Oh, and they are almost spinning out. That was close, just in front of number 30 diesel power car, which slowed already down to enter the pits. But it was really close, and it was, I guess, number 85 in the background, which also entered the pit lane. Anyway, number 39 have already done its pit stop, and here you can see its leader. Now the next one is 39. Yes, it is, and went on to the rubber area. You see that darker part of the track, which is covered by rubber, which is the ideal racing line during the dry weather, but now it's slippery like hell, and number 39 happened to be right there, so it was really fortunate for them to go out of this situation without any serious loss. But let's see when the pit stop cycle will be over in few minutes, then we can say who is going to be in front and who is going to be not. This car, I think, is still leader, and they will remain in the lead. They had more than one lap in hand over everybody already after some 50 minutes. So everybody was lapped by them. Car number 22 belongs to BTC 4 class and is driven by Igoris Sidonovas and Adomas Petrovas. Volkswagen Sirocco 222 by Autopark. They started from P5 but worked them quite quickly up to the lead and then simply disappeared into the distance. No one has had anything against them. So number 19 is now shown as the leader. 19 is S1 Racing Carmen Grave. She should be in the pits already. Yes, she is. Refueling is going on. Of course, there will be no driver change as she is driving on her own. 60-year-old Estonian girl, one of the revelations of last season, where she was really fast, taking pole position in Pärnu race. but fortunately was involved in many incidents and in the end was not very high up in the overall points table. Number 87 and more crucially number 32, which was in top 5 among BMWs during the first stint. Now it is driven by Priit Kadastik instead of Romet Reisin. Kadastik is an old hand, he knows how to drive those cars fast, but of course he has had a few practice during finally last year's. Now another interview.
Kopā ar Ultīmaku, Jurmals sacīšu komandas pilotu, no ko mēs gaidījām drāmu un sagaidījām pamatīgākā cīņa. Kā tev tur gāja?
Baigi labi. Es izbaudīju, vairāk nekā vakar izbaudīju. Es gaidīju, ka būs slapš laiks un, nezinu, viss sākās no starta, no 12. uz 3. un tad jau pēc tam bija interesanti, jā.
Vairāk nekā interesanti, tur tev aiz muguras gāja ņīgu ņēgu, un šajā gadījumā, kā jau kārtīgās izturības sacīkstēs, arī atpalicēja apdzīšana, ievies pamatīgas korekcijas tajā rezultāta tabulā.
Ievies, jā. Par cik es braucu pa priekšu, varbūt man drusku sanāca taustīšanās, bet to tempu es varēju turēt, un pa lielam es skatījos, kas notiekās, un man jau bija jānodod mašīna Richardam, nevis man bija jāvinē tā stunda, ar ko mēs braucām. Tāpēc es braucu tik ātri, cik vajadzēja, un man liekas, ka viss bija labi.
Nervus viskutinošākā epizode bija tieši izejā uz start-finišu taisni. Tā situācija ar mašīnu, kur bija sagriezusies, un tajā brīdī tev nācās izvairīties. Artūrs Virbuls, viņš ir skaidrs džeks, bet tik skaidrs, cik viņš iebļāvās tajā brīdī. Es vēl nebiju dzirdējis. Un tur tu arī pazaudēja pozīciju Lapiņam.
Jā, tajā vietā Lapiņš tik garām. Man jau gribējās nobraukt to pirmo stundu, bet pa lielam sacīksts beidzās pēc 2 stundām.
Cik liels acis tev bija tajā brīdī, kad tu redzēji, ka tev principā priekšā grīt apstājusies ir mašīna?
Nē, es biju dusmīgs drusku, jo man Lapiņš pabrauc garām par to, ka man tā mašīna apstājās. Tas bija tā.
Labi, ka iztikām bez sadursmes visu veiksmīgi. Tavu pieredzi noteikti nāca tālāk.
Es ceru, jo cīnījāmies kā varējām. Varbūt bija daži džeki drusku ātrāk kaut kādos brīžos, bet jāuzvar arī pēc 2 stundām, nevis 2 cīņas tikai.
Tieši tā, to mēs jums arī nolēmām labi pastrādājuši. Māliči dodam virsū, ko dzirdējām. Tad ultima komentārs par pirmās stundas notikumiem šeit Biķenieku trasē DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. So, for Thomas, especially for you, I will definitely translate. Don't worry. So, Uldis said that it was unbelievable, the start of the race from, I think, from P6 in the BMW 325 Cup. He climbed up straight away, used the situation for 100%, and that was the target, to keep the pace and go as steady as possible. But unfortunately, as you saw, the traffic in the track actually made a lot of changes in the standings, and obviously the crazy nerve-wracking situation in the last corner of the racetrack where he had to avoid the cars in front of him. He lost out to Lapiņš, and obviously he was really mad. He said for one moment he was so mad he couldn't concentrate, but obviously the experience of Uldis Timaks and all of the laps he has done in Biķenieku race came in hand, and he managed to survive and did good. So it's still on. The fight for top 3 positions in the BMW class is still on, so we'll see how it goes. Let's check out what's happening in the racetrack.
So we know now that it was Uldis Timaks who drove car number 39 during the first stint, and there is that situation which he just described. Here comes at full speed and just closely avoids car number 9. So that's called chain reaction. That silver Toyota Yaris spun, then another car arrived onto the scene, then another and another and another, and it was really fortunate that they didn't hit each other. And it means that Richard Šubetskis is now out on the track with car number 39, Jurmala Vapas Satsikshu komanda. And they should be, yes they are leaders of the class by quite a large margin, but the interesting thing is how number 5 Meilans Racing with Martin Slapic at the wheel has lost so much time. So they are now full 13 seconds behind number 39, and this is number 10 Honda. In the final turn in the gravel there, probably they are able to free them from that situation and return to the track. And the situation in BMWs is that number 39 is currently leading BMW class, number 24 Grauman Motors is second, and number 5 Meilans Racing third. Actually, number 19 is still shown exiting out of the pits, but I would think that they may be leaders. And 69 is in the gravel. It seems to be turn 2. And it is very close to full course yellow because the car can't free itself from that gravel trap. We will see what happens next. But of course the car, you saw that their front wheels were not straight, and it hinders. You won't believe how much it can hinder your progress if you're trying to free your car, be it from gravel or from snow. You must keep your front wheels heading straight on, otherwise it makes very difficult to drive on. Yellow flags, double yellow flags even are out, and yes, full course yellow. The speed is limited to 60 kilometers per hour. So race is more or less neutralized. The gaps should remain as they were, but of course for whatever reason, for some cars 60 kph is less than for the others, and it means that long trains of cars tend to form in these situations. Flatbed truck is now heading towards turn 2, and it seems that number 19 S1 Racing team with Carmen Graf has taken over the lead in BMWs in front of number 39 Jurmala Papas and number 24 Grauman Motors, while number 5 Meilans Racing team has dropped out of top 3. But looking at the lap times, Grauman has been slower than Jurmala Papas and Meilans, and actually Meilans is past Grauman, so Meilans is back in third and Grauman is fourth in the class. But on the other hand, it's really interesting how on earth number 19 S1 Racing found some 20 seconds or even more over number 39 Jurmala Papas, because the compulsory standing time, the car must be stationary in the pits for 5 minutes, and it's the same for everybody. It is changed for this year. Last year the regulations stated that 5 minutes was the time since entering the pits to exiting the pits. So there was a lot of calculation involved. You had to know exactly how long it takes from pit entry to your pit box, and how long it takes from your pit box to the pit exit. Now it's much easier. Just 5 minutes, you must be stationary, but I wonder if some teams have not read the regulations properly. Now number 69 BMW is freed from the gravel trap. They can continue the race. There is a lot of gravel on the track, but the situation is not certainly that bad as it was yesterday during the first BMW race. And here you can see in the background number 5 is 3rd in BMW class and number 24 is 4th in BMW class. Having just swapped the positions on the previous lap. Full course yellow still valid, and it means 60 kph for everybody, but certainly full course yellow is now going to removed in very near future, and this is number 24 once again. Pavel Peskrovny now driving that car. But still yellows are out. And talking about leaders, Volkswagen Sirocco number 22 has now almost 2 laps at handover second place number 85 Vjojam. So 2 BTC4 cars, which should be the fastest on the track, are now in top 2 positions. Full course yellow still valid. Here is the place where it happened, the accident, which, not accident actually, it was just an incident which caused this full course yellow. Turn 2 was the place where it happened. But of course, race director knows why not. The race has set free, but we all hope it will happen very soon. And you can see what is usually going to happen under full course yellow. Such long trains of cars will form. But of course it's the same for everybody, and it's a part of the game. And yes, the tractor is out, and it means that we will have full course yellow for some more minutes because the track needs cleaning. It is the decision of race director, and looking at how much gravel we see on the tarmac here in the braking area for turn 2, I think he is very much right. We saw the same picture yesterday after those crashes during BMW race. Actually, during the one crash, B crash during BMW race, which happened in turn 2, actually started in turn 1 and ended in turn 2. Cars were collided. Cars stopped in turn 2. Although the first contact in that case was made entering turn 1. I'm talking about Leo Messenger and Alex Ivanov crash. They had the initial contact. There were more cars which were involved in that situation. I think 3 or 4 cars retired as a result. And red flag went out. Now today we are much more fortunate, no red flags during this race, just full course yellow. Of course, this is an endurance race, we have a lot of time. But speaking of time, 36 minutes remaining. And as officially there is no official classification, official overall classification in this race, let's see who are leading their respective classes. 222 by Autopark, Volkswagen Scirocco is leader in PTC 4. Then number 19, S1 Racing, Louis Carmen Krav is leader in BMW 325 Cup. Number 30, Dieselbauer BMW is the leader in PTC 3. Number 88, Lind Racing, Honda Civic is leader in PTC 2. Number 881, Degviela Motorsport is leader in V1600. And number 74, Streamline Racing is leader among ABC race cars. And somehow it has happened so that we have no PTC 1 cars, no single PTC 1 car in this race. Aha, Walter Svedris on the right in this picture. He won yesterday both BMW sprint races. But today he's just a spectator on the grandstand. And yes, you can see our TV broadcast from your mobile phone as well. Now it seems that tractor has left the track. Majority of the gravel is removed from the tarmac, and it means that we can probably, and now you can see what the gap between second place car in BMW and first place car. Carmen Krav, number 19, just went into bridge turn, and approximately in the same time number 39 car of Jurmala Papas was in turn 3, so there is some timing shows there is 40 seconds gap between them, which seems a little bit exaggerating for me, but certainly there should be some 20 seconds. Of course, cars are moving so slowly now, and you can't get adequate gaps because of that. But certainly number 19 is now clearly in front. Number 32 is 9th overall and 5th among BMW Cup cars. And track is green again. Racing has resumed. Some drivers were quite slow to react. And here you can see that number 88, Lind Racing with Simo Lind at the wheel, was all over number 30 diesel power BMW. A lot of cars here through turns 2 and 3, and overall leader number 22 among them. Here they go. Volkswagen Scirocco number 22, overwhelming leader. Almost let's say 1.5 laps in front of second placed car number 85 Joja BMW. So everybody must now find their racing pace once again. Some cars have their wipers on, some cars have not, and at least in the start-finish area it is not raining in the moment. But it is just one of those places, and you can see that drier line is appearing little by little. Lot of cars, and 32 car in the hands of Priit Kadastik is trying to make a bold move onto the main straight and overtaking car number 90. Of course, 90 is already 4 laps down or 3 laps down, and Kadastik finds that he can go much faster even compared to number 30 BMW, which is much faster, at least under dry conditions. And that was a tricky situation because the track appeared to be much slippier than Kadastik thought in this case. And number 19, Carmen Grav, is in the pits. And does it mean that it is a penalty? I'm not sure as it stands, but it was quite suspicious that, yes, that is, they missed the mandatory pit stop time by just 1.3 seconds. Instead of 5 minutes, they stopped 4 minutes 58.7 seconds. And yes, it is very close, but yes, it is a breach of regulations, and it means you are penalized for that. And the penalty is stop and go, and it means that they will lose in, I don't know, approximately half a minute, because pit entry here at Pickerneck is really slow and long. We will see, but it was really bad mistake because they were clearly leading their classification in their class. But with things like this, you must be very correct, very precise, and no make mistakes even by stopping just 1.3 seconds less than required. Number 30, after that pit stop, has lost its speed. Is it down to the driver, or is it down to some other reasons? But as Carmen Grav has served her penalty, number 19 is dropping down in the ranking, and number 10 is in the pits as well. This is PTC2 car and in second place in their class. Now 39 is leading in BMW Cup class, number 5 is second, and 19 is probably back down into 5th. But looking at the gaps, I think for Carmen Grav it is not impossible to catch number 5, Martin Slapic, in car number 5. If the gap is really only 2.71 seconds. Yes, it is. They are both in the same picture here. Slapic in this yellow car and Grav following him in that mainly blue car. Both lap times are not comparable now, because number 19's last lap was 2 minutes 11 seconds due to that penalty. But we will see if Carmen Grav is able to catch Martin Slapic in this car. Is back in the pits, and 69 was exactly that particular car which was trapped in the gravel on the outside of turn 2 a few minutes ago and caused yellow flag. Ingrida Kulikauskiene is currently driving that car, we could saw, and number 6 is on the grass at turn 2. Number number 6 is Lithuanian KTK racing car driven by Darius Kaidulionis and Algirdas Gelžidis. And 69 is in the pits. Ingrida Kulkauskiene at the wheel. It has not been a plain sailing for her for sure. We don't know what the reason for pitting is, but certainly they have had their fair share of problems. And lap times tell us that Carmen Graf in number 19 BMW is the fastest in BMWs. She's catching Meiland's racing team number 5 car at the rate of at least 1 second per lap. But this one, number 39, is leader in BMW class. Richard Shubetskis is driving that car during the second stint after Uldis Dimax made really good job during first stint. And they have quite a safe lead, almost 10 seconds over number 5. And I think number 5 flashed on in the background already. These are the leaders. And a lot of battle. And here we go, number 5 in front and still number 19 behind him. And there was another car between them, so number 19 have lost out a little bit in this situation. Their lap times were almost identical. Martin Slapinch was just 4 thousandths of a second faster than Carmen Graf. It is 0.004 seconds faster per 1 lap. Yeah, it was really shame for S1 team to get penalized for such a small infraction. But yes, clock tells the story. If you are stationary 4 minutes 58.7 seconds instead of 5 minutes, you are going to be penalized. There is no question in this situation. 22 minutes till the checkered flag. Now slower cars seemingly going to be involved in this duel between Lapinch and Graf. There's number 881 between them. Tegvela Motorsport, BMW 116. But I think in this situation, Carmen Graf made it, solved it better, and she's now in the wake of Lapinch, going over the bridge. Slower cars in front of them. Actually, this is not slow car, but should. And there was attempt to overtake. Meanwhile, number 23 is sideways once again, and it was just in front of those two BMWs battling between themselves into hospital turn. This car has some serious problems under braking. I think it's at least third time we see that car lock their wheels and spinning under braking. Wow! And now we saw that this was third time when Martin Slapinch was involved in a collision during this race. I can't say if he's to be blamed in any of those situations, but it is certainly far too much to be involved in 3 collisions, and you can see from his car that it bears some scars. Number 30 fortunately keeps it going. It was quite a harmless situation. Of course, they lost some time. Can we see what happened actually, or was it just... Yeah, it was this time. It was certainly Lapin's fault. He just plainly drove into car number 30, pushed it and forced it to spin. Of course, it is for the jury to decide who is to blame. But what we see on TV, I would say that Martin Lapins in this case caused that collision. And Carmen Graf is once again all over him in this situation, and Graf goes to the inside into film studio turn, and now she's in front of Lapins already. Is it that Lapins' car is too much damaged now to keep the pace? That left front has been damaged since lap 1, when Lapins collided with car number 87 and lost one headlight, and now he has been boxed behind 2 cars in one go, and it means that Carmen Graf in number 19 has a plain sailing. Just 18 minutes are remaining, and looking at the timing, there is 12 seconds separating BMW class leader number 39 Jurmol Papas and number 19 S1 Racing, and it means so that situation once again, and almost certainly it was number 5 car driver Martin Lapins who caused this situation. But anyway, he lost the position after that to number 19 Carmen Graf, but less than 80 minutes is to the checkered flag, and I would think that it is impossible for Carmen Graf to catch number 39 car driven by Richard Shubetskis. Can Martin Lapins feel himself safe? Number 24 Grauman Motors car is 8 seconds behind. At lap times, let's see when this lap will be completed. What lap time can Martin Lapins set in car number 5, and what can Pavel Peskovny do in car number 24? There was 8 second gap between them, just one lap over, and number 23 car, which we have seen at least 3 times spinning under braking, now tries to take one lap back from number 19, but of course it's a silly move because they are several laps down. No, they are not actually several laps down. They are just one lap down, but should be shown, 23 should be shown. And there are leaders also, overall leader in this mix. So very different cars. You see one ABC car in front, then overall leader, then a BMW second place car. So they have so different speeds, especially on the straight. Fortunately, this situation was resolved without any contacts, and everybody can continue in their paces, in their respective paces. And yes, number 24, Pavel Peskovny in Grauman Motors car is now a little bit faster than number 5 Mainland Racing, who is Martin Lapins. Last time around, Peskovny fought back 1.3 seconds. But it will be tough for him, just 15 minutes to go. Of course, you never know, because when jury decides that Lapinsh is to blame in that collision with car number 30, Rauman Motors can still be third in BMW class. This time Lapinsh was faster than Skrovny, who comes here. So the situation is quite mixed. Cars are on different laps. I'm talking about different classes, but even those 14 BMWs we had, BMW class cars, I mean BMW 325 Cup cars, even those 14 are on different laps now, having a very different pace. And here comes number 85, Yo-Yam. They are currently second overall and second in their PTC4 class as well. And they are followed by number 88, Simo Lind, driving his Lind Racing Honda Civic. And Simo Lind is overwhelming leader in PTC2. So there is actually no reason for him to push at all. He can just walk those remaining 13 minutes and still be the class winner in front of number 10 Hobo Racing, who is some 2 or 3 laps down compared to him. And it is still interesting what is going to happen about third position in BMW Cup class. Number 19 is certainly not catching number 39, so first and second positions in BMW 325 Cup class seems to be have found their owners, but what is going to happen about P3 is not yet clear, and 85 has spun in turn 2 but got back onto the tarmac. So what happened? Actually the car went out of the... Oh, this was close. This was really close. He could have beached him. Andres Baltijos, who is driving that car. It is so easy to beach that car when you start abrupt acceleration. The car can just dig itself in. So Lapinsh in third place among BMWs is coming here. And where is, I think there was number 24 car of Rauman Motors in the, no, it's not yet. And despite Rauman Motors being a little bit faster than Meilans Racing, or number 24 being a little bit faster than number 5 in front, and the gap is narrowing all the time. But Pavel Skrovny in this car, I think under his own power, is not able to catch Lapinsh in number 5. And even if he's able to catch, overtaking Latvian is a totally different story. Now at least they are one after another on the track, no cars between them, but it will quickly change. We have 10 minutes, just 10 minutes to go, until the end of Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race. Pavel Peskrowny is in the car number 24. We see he's driving from the onboard camera, going through the penultimate corner. Now the final corner called Sailor, and onto the main straight. And number 24 has now completed 51 laps, and just 5.3 seconds down the road, in front of this car is number 5 Balance Racing BMW with Martin Slapinch at the wheel, and they are disputing third position in BMW 325 class. Peskrowny has been faster during the last laps, but I think the time will run out before he can catch his Latvian rival. Then of course there is another question. Slapinch in the number 5 car has been involved in at least 3 collisions, and I can't tell about those first 2, but during that final collision with car number 30, it was quite clear on the TV screen that it is Slapinch to blame in that situation. But these are the leaders. Number 22 Volkswagen Sirocco just completing their 54th lap. They started from 5th position on the grid, but quickly took the lead and have not looked back. Youyam in 2nd place is more than 1.5 laps behind. Okay, we can say 1.5 laps behind, and dropping time all the time. So 222 is by far the fastest car on the track currently. Here on the back straight, BMW class leader number 39 with Richard Shubetskis.
Nu, godāms un kungi, es domāju, mēs esam gatavi. Šis ir īstais brīdis pašaut vaļā šampanieti un izdalīt godam nopelnītus kausus. DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 ir veiksmīgi noslēdzies ar mainīgām sekmēm, protams, bet jebkurā gadījumā tūlīt uz skatu sauksim goda piedestāla īpašnieku. So, DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 edition, the season opener has ended and it has been a fantastic weekend throughout 2 days, fully packed with racing action and lots of drama as well. But overall, we're happy to start off a season with such a high note, and obviously we'll see day 2 results here on the podium in a minute. We'll call out all of the guys and we'll spray some champagne, give out some cups, and then we'll get ready for the next race. So if you're ready, we are ready, and let's get this thing rolling. Nu tā, un mēs sāksim ar vēsturisko formulu ieskaiti. Un tā, gatavojamies. Formula Historic. Easter ieskaitē uzreiz startējam ar pirmo vietu. So in Formula Easter class, first place, Eketavi Seper. Woo, woo, woo! Huge round of applause. And we go straight to Formula Mondial. And so in third place, give it up to Tavi Kron. Second place goes to Ein Laka. Un visbeidzot ar skaļiem aplausiem sagaidām Formula Mondial uzvarētāju pirmā vietā Indulis Rukots! Woo! So will we see some champagne shower, or the gentlemen will bring the champagne back home to their ladies? Of course. Thank you very much, guys. And we head on to the Baltic GT, BTC4 and TCR race today. And we will start with the TCR category. Un tātad ir ieskaitē šodien Baltic Touring Car čempionātu pirmajā posmā. Pirmā vietā Ivars Valers! No LV Racing nāk Ivars Valers jau skrien. Atbrīvojam ceļu lielā pātrinājumā un uz pirmā godpjedestāla pakāpiena. Woo! Jā, un atgādinu, protams, visiem sportistiem, tātad fotosesija uzreiz pēc apbalvošanas nekur nepazudam. So a quick reminder to all of the drivers straight after the awards ceremony. There's gonna be a photo session on the stage, so make sure you're there. Okay, we continue with the BTC4 category, and so in third place we have Aivaras Remeika. And while we wait for Aivaras Remeika, the second place in BTC4 goes to Mr. Dave Holland! Whoop whoop! And finally, the winner of the category. First place, give it up to Jyrki Jokari! Very good, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And we are continuing with the Baltic GT Pro category. And so, in third place, it's Jyrki Peltola. Second place in Baltic GT Pro, it's Rival Tom. And finally undefeated today in 2 races, 2 wins out of 2. Give it up to Tomas Kangro. Looks like no champagne for us today, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we'll ask the next guys to spray some champagne. I'm pretty much sure they're gonna be up for it. So let's go. It's time for the Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race here in beautiful DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 edition. And we start off with the third place. Un tā Nankang Endurance 2 stundu 3 braucienā ABC reizes ieskaitai 3. vieta. NSM Racing! Otrā vieta ABC reiz ieskaitē Streamline Racing. Un visbeidzot uzvarētāji ABC reiz ieskaitē pirmā vieta LDV Racing Team! Nu būs vai nebūs šampānieti šodien beidzot aiziet šaujam vaļā! Emils saņemies! Aiziet! Woo! Paldies jums! Tās bija vārani jautri! Un mēs turpinām ar nākamajā Endurance Academy 2 stundu braucienu, un nākamā ieskaits klāstuvē 1600. Un tā šajā ieskaitē uzreiz uz pirmā godpjedestāla pakāpiena degviela motorsports! Paldies, vīri! And we continue with the Nankang Endurance Academy 2-hour race. And it's got time for the BTC2 category. And so, in third place from Lithuania, it's Auto Kaslita. So here we go, second place in BTC2 class, it's Hobu Racing from Lietuva.
Du hast mich. Du hast mich. Du hast mich.
And finally, the winner of the 2-hour race for BTC2 from Estonia. Give it up to Lind Racing! I think, guys, we have deserved some champagne, obviously cheering for you throughout the 2 hours. Come on, guys, give it up. Last minute decisions. Okay, whatever. The ladies will be happy. The ladies will be happy for some champagne in the evening. Well deserved. All right, let's go. Let's continue with the BTC3 category. And so in BTC3, in third place, we have RS Racing Team from Estonia. Second place from Lithuania, it's Diesel Power. And finally, the winners in BTC3 category from Lithuania. First place, Latosa Racing! And it's time for some champagne showers! Good job, guys. Good job. Huge congratulations and shout out. It's still a mystery for me how you can win a category with so many spins during the race, but Latosa Racing have proved me wrong every single time, managing. And now they're desperately trying to open the champagne. It's good that they're trying faster than opening in champagne, but perfect celebration and perfect emotions here in the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 edition. The awards ceremony after day 2. And we are continuing with the BTC4 category. And so, in second place, from Estonia, Yo-Yom! And the winners of BTC4 category, first place, 222 by Autopark, Lietuva!
Du hast mich. Du hast mich. Du hast mich.
Thank you very much, guys. Good job done. And now we head on to the craziest of them all, and that's the BMW 325 Cup, of course. And so in this category, third place goes to the Estonian squad, Krauman Motors. Second place, also from Estonia, give it up to Est1 Racing, number 19. Un visbeidzot uzvarētāji BMW 325 ieskaitē 2 stundu braucienā.